There comes a time in the development of every family when the children begin to ask questions. And one of the questions that can be looked forward to with some apprehension is the inevitable one: where did I come from? The family braces for this, and according to its own insight and its estimation of the intelligence of the child, attempts to explain the origin of life. First of all, of course, the child is asked, where did I come from? This is always overlooked, for there is no ready and available answer. The parents, if they are modern and feel that they cannot expose their children to legendary, attempt a simple statement of biology. The best they can possibly hope to accomplish with or without the aid of the birds and the bees is a description of some kind relative to the origin of the physical body of that child. Because the youngster has no particular point in mind when he asks the question, usually merely interested in larger generalities, the child does not normally question further. He accepts an answer that is obviously inadequate because he has no way of estimating adequacy. The matter then rests for a time and may not be brought up again for 50 or 60 years. The information that has been provided is regarded as gospel, and later various courses in school and college support this position. But our remote ancestors, back in the days when they were trying to orient themselves in this universe in which we live, were a little more thoughtful and a little more idealistic in their approach to this large issue. In order to understand where we come from, we have to find out where the world came from. We have to understand the entire process of creation itself. For only against the background of a great universal law or pattern can the development of individual forms of life be properly considered. From the most ancient times, therefore, we may say that concepts concerning the origin of things, the origin of existence itself, divided into two general patterns. These patterns have descended to us in philosophy, religion, science, and we are still clinging to some aspect of this ancient thinking, although we have attempted to enlarge and deepen our understanding. There are only two ways in which you can answer the question of first cause. One is to take the attitude that there was a beginning of some kind. No matter how you try to work with this situation, it is embarrassing. If, for example, you imagine the child asking questions to be a little older and a little wiser, and you tell that child that he came from his parents, then the next question would be, where did the parents come from? They came from their parents, and so on by regression to an inevitable point of uncertainty. Where did the primordial, original, first parents come from? This question is still not answered, and is not likely to be, except by further regression of thinking. Some scientists might point out that we came from the anthropoids. Then the question is, where did the anthropoids come from? Then we can go back through all the different forms of life to a monocellular organism sometime in the dawn of things, but we're still burdened with the question, where did that come from? Therefore, all questions concerning beginning have to be approached non-logically. You cannot possibly develop a logical sequence that will include the origin of first cause. The theological approach to this in several different areas has been to assume that creation was created by a divine being. This is probably the ultimate theological regression. It is as far back as even the most pious-minded can think. We must then assume that apart from creation, there was a creator, and that for some reason, at a certain time, long ago, or not so long ago, according to the denomination you belong to, this creator caused by his own will or by the verbum, the speaking of the ineffable word, to cause the world to come forth. Here we have then a creator separate from creation, ordaining it, creating it, fashioning it, dominating, governing, and ruling it, and planning its progress over a period of time. Obviously, this pattern nearly always includes an ultimate dissolution of this world. It returns at some infinite time in the future to the unknowable being from which it came. We seem to have a rather neat package here, except for one difficulty. Where did God come from? What was the nature of this being? Was this being ever existing? The only answer that seems to be possible is, therefore, that it was ever existing. For it is almost inconceivable to man to imagine God growing up from a small child. We are confronted then with deity as an unknowable value, an inevitable and ultimate value, beyond which we cannot go. What constitutes the nature of the divine? What is the basic power of the divine consciousness? Theologians do not like to discuss. It gets to be too complicated, and we are not in the presence of any satisfactory formal knowledge which can withstand the debates of opposing opinions. The second theory or philosophy that has been fashioned simply, frankly assumes that what we might term the infinite essence or infinite nature of things is by its own quality and principle eternal. That everything that exists is in essence eternal. And that what we call creation is merely a manifestation, a conditioned existence arising within an eternal nature. According to this concept, creation is not the result of the dictum of an arbitrary or separate deity. Creation is a manifestation of principles that are inherent within existence itself, existence being eternal and inevitable. This attitude, this conviction, I think, held most of the better minds of the past. That at the beginning, root, or substance of all conditioned existence, as we can imagine it, whether of human beings or of suns or of solar systems or of galaxies or of cosmic chains, even of space itself, at the root and source of all of this is essence, an unconditioned nature of itself, capable of manifesting condition, but always containing within its own ineffable principle all that can be manifested from it. Thus we may say that existence moves into the production of existences, and these existences return again to existence, which continues. It was interesting to realize that some rather ancient peoples, long before the benefits of knowledge as we have them today, were able to conceive of this total existence, to conceive that it transcended time, that time was merely an expression of it, that it transcended space, space was only a manifestation of it, and that there exists somewhere, everywhere, in the innermost and outermost parts of all things, and in all the intervals between the innermost and the outermost, one indivisible essence, one indivisible being, and that this continuing forever is the base material, the earth in which creation grows, and that creation itself is merely a continuing process in which the potentials of this infinite existence are gradually transformed into potencies or manifestations. Today, I believe the tendency is to assume this general concept. In the development of this concept, of course, many systems of philosophy lost sight of the idea of an ultimate deity. They lost sight of the concept of one conscious being at the source of life. Rather, they thought of an eternal being, all conscious, always. And that consciousness as we know it is as much a conditioned state of universal consciousness as bodies as we know them are conditioned states of universal substance. This general attitude seemed to provide the best foundation for the creation of a philosophic system. For systems have to be born just as beings are born, out of a primary conviction. And the primary conviction becomes the essence of that doctrine or that philosophy, which merely expands and extends it. We may term the primary conviction a premise or an hypothesis, but upon it must be built all that follows after it in terms of the detailed explanation of the processes of creation. Out of the general opinion and substance of many ancient systems, we can gain a certain basic idea of the beginnings of human thought in these matters. In both East and West, in the most ancient cultural concepts, we find, therefore, that, so to say, in the beginning, or from the beginning, or however we want to call it, throughout eternity, from that which has no beginning or end as we know it, but beginning now in the sense of fundamental, basic, that which is the source of all else, that in this kind of a beginning there was an infinite essence, infinitely diversified, spreading through all time and space as a great principle of life. That this life principle transformed what might be termed vacuum into a dynamic space area or field. This field is limitless, eternal, inevitable, and it extends not only beyond the stars as we see them, but beyond all creations of all kinds, beyond even our imagination. This is one potency, one tremendous dynamic. And this dynamic is invisible to us, beyond our comprehension, has no form or shadow by which we can see it, and in its natural and inevitable state is not even imaginable by us. Consequently, we cannot define this nature. We can only accept in terms of thoughts or in terms of words that there is this unconditioned eternal, and that in some mysterious way this is the cause that existence as we know it can exist. That existence can exist only because life exists. And life itself is one of the basic manifestations of space, of eternity. And it causes from its own nature all the living things that are dependent upon life for their existence. So we can either consider the ancient writings of the Zohar, the Kabbalah of the early Jews, or the ancient Vedic writings and particularly the Puranas of the Hindus, or the I Ching, the classic of change, the ancient book of China, or any one of many other early records. They all seemingly have admitted the same essential principle, that there was an eternity, and that this eternity is the principle which peoples and nations have gradually come to identify as God. God, therefore, is primarily abstractly the mysterious unity of eternal life. Deity is the one that permeates all. It is the one undifferentiated. It is that which is one in sense of total unity. And from this inevitable and ineffable source, all things originate. Now, this would cause, naturally, a consideration of what the Gnosis and the Kabbalists call the doctrine of emanations. Here we have something that goes on like a great ocean, Tao in China. Here is the great sea, the inevitable. We watch it in our mind's eye because we cannot see it, but we can imagine it as though it were a vast ocean extending through all eternity. And it is quiet, and it seems to be unmoved. And yet somewhere in the apparently transparent depths of it, there have to be things, seeds, lives, principles, energies, essences. And these are capable of coming forth out of this procedure under certain conditions. We then come to the problem of conditions. And this again forces us back into the idea of how it all started. How did this eternal potential suddenly, dynamically come to generate? How did this sea, which is forever itself, suddenly cause something to arise within it, which seems to be a diminution of itself? Two principles are involved in the solution to this. The first is that this vast ocean of potential was also forever creating, that the process of creation is as eternal as the principle itself. Therefore, no matter how far you want to go back in your imagination, the creating process was already in operation. There was no time when this wheel suddenly started to turn. It has always turned. For what we might regard as this first impulse, the first movement of things, is an eternal movement, first again in quality rather than in time. Consequently, space or eternity or essence was forever producing from itself, production being an essential part of its eternal nature. The other point of view is that this God concept produced an infinite descent or generation of beings, divine beings, who use space as the raw material for the creation of universes and cosmic systems created by their will and purpose. And that this chain of descending beings is also eternal, that it never began and it never will end, but that there is in this space itself, as part of its own nature, an eternal descent of creators, that part of space's own structure is creative consciousness, which manifests automatically and continuously forever. Well, for people who did not know anything about our modern thinking in astronomy and physics and all these subjects, this was pretty profound reasoning. But as we study it more carefully, we begin to appreciate some of the validity of this pattern. That universes come and go, worlds are fashioned as men are fashioned, and disappear again as men disappear. But as the passing of the individual has no permanent effect upon the unfoldment of humanity as a collective, so the passing of 1,000 solar systems has no effect upon the eternal movement or eternal unfoldment in space itself. For space is ever begetting, ever producing, and gradually the forms which it engenders disappear back again in their fatigue or exhaustion into the principles which created them. In the Indian philosophy, we have an interesting sidelight on this point. For in the Indian thinking, creation is not only this continuous production, but it is dominated by a law of periodicity. The so-called creating powers do not create continuously. They create for a certain length of time, and then the creating principle and all of its productions fade again into a kind of sleep, which in India is called a pralaya. In this particular concept of things, the idea is that the life of a creating deity is also measured in time. This time is infinitely greater than anything that we can imagine. The life of one of these creative deities may extend into hundreds of billions of human years. Yet this being in some way emerged, not by the process of growing up as we know it, but by a parallel or equivalent process, a process of unfolding. Growth, in terms as we term the word, implies the release of potential, the gradual unfolding of a state of maturity. This also in another dimension, but in the same essential principle, accounts for the emergence of deities. Deities come forth not from nothing, but from the previousness of themselves. They awaken, as we might say, from sleep. And the intervals between the great creative cycles of a deity are referred to as intervals of sleep. And the manifestation of this deity is referred to as a day of manifestation. And the retiring of this deity into non-manifestation is called a night, or a period of sleep. These together are referred to as the days and nights of Brahma. Now, in this particular pattern, of course, we are referring only to a deity. And it makes no difference whether this deity is the ruler of a solar system or the creator of a vast galaxy. All the time, deities, as expressions of the infinite, are coming into manifestation, awaking from the sleep of ages, or as one of the ancient books says, rousing themselves from the 7 nights of rest. So that there are 7 cycles of rest and 7 days of manifestation, symbolically, to make up the life of the creating power. In emerging, therefore, this deity takes the place, perhaps, of some other that is fading into sleep. And as there are millions and hundreds of millions of these systems in space, in all different degrees of growth, maturity, and decline, space itself continues to be forever inhabited by creations, just as the earth is continually inhabited by creatures, although none of these creatures has a continuous existence as far as we can see or tell. This is a pretty large concept, but is almost certainly the best that we know at the present time. So to summarize the point as far as we have gone, we can simply say that space itself is like an infinite universe of existences, and that the stars and the great constellations and the great orders of life are like hosts of beings inhabiting space, subject to all the laws which in a small way man is subject to, but still, like man, having this mysterious power of perpetuating the great purpose of life, although as an individual he cannot perpetuate himself physically indefinitely any more than a solar system can. All stars and planets and solar systems and galaxies must in time fade away, but as they fade, others will take their places, and the continual process will be unbroken. In this same thinking also, those that fade away do not surely or truly die. Man may fade away as far as his manifestations are concerned. His body disappears. And in the case of the universe, the great luminary, the great sun in the center of a solar system, may gradually burn out. But this does not mean that the sun dies. It merely means that it retires from an objective to a subjective state again, in this great ebb and flow of the tides of life. For in the processes of creation, there must always be this duality of motion, the two motions recognized by Lao Tzu. There must be the outflowing motion and the returning motion, as in the case of the movements of tides. Now this involves then a concept of where these various deities came from in their own eternal existence. Here we then have another chain of patterns which belong to part of the concept of eternality itself. Life is an infinite progression of patterns. Life is an infinite unfoldment of infinite potential. No one can say or even imagine what the total potential of existence is. But it is assumed in philosophy of the idealistic nature that this potential, like the theological assumption of God, is infinite. Therefore, all forms of growth that ever have been are part of it. All forms of growth that now are part of it. All forms of growth that can ever possibly come into manifestation are part of it. Thus, what we would term the unfoldment of things is an infinite progression of growths, very much like a cycle of many embodiments of man, for here the ancients also made use of the concept of rebirth. That rebirth itself is an infinite process of a kind, and that this process is a continual unfoldment of life. Thus, in this universal concept, there is not only the continuance of these beings, but the unfoldment of their potential. Thus, in time, all of these beings evolve, and even what we might term the great powers creating cosmic systems are still growing and must continue to grow. This growth began at some remote time and under some remote condition which we cannot even imagine. This growth in the end leads beyond any imaginable or conceivable state, but this does not mean that it actually ends. It is quite possible that growth finally passes to the point where there is no longer any galaxy, any physical form as we know it to represent the unfolding of a divine agent. But this simply means that as far as we are concerned, the process of growth passes beyond our conception, and therefore we assume that it ends. We assume that when the galaxy dies, it dies. But this is no more a truthful assumption than the idea that when man dies, he is dead. We are only able to estimate a certain narrow, visible area of growth, but this growth itself goes on and on and on. And it also came from a mysterious source. Now, philosophers and mystics, faced with this enormous sense of condition, also had certain hesitation within themselves. They did not actually know how to handle the idea of anything being so completely infinite and at the same time finite. They could assume that perhaps the most advanced deities imaginable in space, even the 12 great gods of Miru themselves, could have begun at some incredibly remote time to grow up as man has done, as tiny organisms upon a tiny planet somewhere, that they too may have been atoms and electrons, that they may have been minute forms of life, infinitely less than we can imagine, even like the lives that make up our own body, which we cannot really estimate. Somewhere, sometime, they may have started with an extreme humbleness of things and go on and on and on, growing, until perhaps they go past the growth of planets and suns and galaxies and perhaps become infinitely, incredibly impressive or magnificent, so vast we can no longer even imagine them. This is all right up to a point, but it certainly ultimately gives the individual not only a sense of inferiority, but a tremendous headache. It is impossible to estimate in mental terms this infinite, inevitable, eternal growth without again falling into the same dilemma that all things that grow must have grown from something and grow to something. And the infinite process of movement from lesser to greater provides us with so vast a landscape that it's hard to even conceive it. Supposing we say, for example, that every cell in man's body will ultimately unfold and become as great as the largest galaxy in the heavens. There is nothing to prove that this could not be true. In fact, there is much more to indicate the possibility that it is true than the assumption that we merely go down into the dust and remain there. Yet even if this is all true, growth going on beyond imaginables and incredibles seems to present us with the possibility that somewhere, sometime, there will be such an incredible amassment of these vast things that even space might be exhausted by them. There is the same problem as was theologically expressed in early Christendom as whether or not the invisible universe was large enough to take care of the souls of the dead, because the souls of the dead are so greatly outnumbering the living, and from all living things forever something pours out into the invisible. Is there any possibility that the invisible will ultimately become full? And as this now involves an added dimension of enlargement qualitatively and quantitatively, the situation that evolution presents is almost as difficult. An infinite condition, an ultimate in which all things are infinite, becomes rather a big problem. The philosophical people, therefore, came to the conclusion that at some point or some time things fulfill their archetypes. That in fulfilling their archetype, for example, in the case of a creation, that the archetype of the creation is the being that created it, and that any evolution or process of growth within the area of this being ultimately caused the parts to become equal to the whole. Each creature became identical with the creating power that fashioned it. And in Indian philosophy, when this identity is reached, the creation becomes identical with the creator. The creature and the creator have no longer any interval between them, and the part sinks back again to become one with the totality. That somewhere then in the infinite of things, all divided parts are reunited in their own cause. Thus, in the very last of everything, it is the deity of the creation that evolves. And this evolution is caused by the growth of the parts of itself. And when the parts of itself have completed their own growth, then the power, the central power, has attained its maturity. And these parts become part of its own completeness, like the cells of the body become part of the completeness of man, and are no longer distinguishable from the total purpose of man himself. This was as good an answer as we may likely find. And with that, we have to be content for the moment. The East Indians, studying the situation, therefore, reduce the matter from an infinite number of creations to which it is the same truth is applicable, to the selection of one, perhaps in this particular case a comparatively small and unimportant creation which we call a solar system. A solar system is a pattern, it is a design, it is a form, an archetype, a resident forever in the divine nature. In other words, space in all of its parts is archetypal. All things grow according to patterns. All life carries pattern intrinsic within itself. Thus, a life unfolding or evolving does not become a helter-skelter mass of animations. It becomes an organism, a structure, a thing in which there are limits upon all manifestations of activity, these limitations making possible the gradual emergence of a specific form of life. We can't imagine what would happen if the life of carrots suddenly became beets, or if the life of man suddenly changed into an animal. These things are inconceivable, and there is no example of their ever occurring. This is because each life impulse carries within itself the pattern of its own unfoldment and its own development. It is forever fulfilling a pattern. It is growing up into a likeness that is eternally its own. As in the case of the flowers of the field, there may be millions of a certain type of flower, but they will all grow up into the likeness of the pattern, which is their proper natures. So that when the time comes, for example, for a solar system to manifest, the archetype of this solar system rests in the consciousness of its creating power, which in turn is only one of this great mass of evolving creative powers resident in the eternal essence itself. This power has existed before, has manifested before, has created before, but it has passed into the rest which exists between the great cosmic processes. So for a while, the area of a solar system, or where a solar system is to arise, remains placid, quiet. There is no evidence whatsoever of activity or animation within this area set aside. Then, as the ancient said, a motion or an activity begins. This activity is very much like the impregnation of a seed or the beginning of the growth of the baby chick in the egg. There comes a time when, to use an old term, the space involved in this process curdles, that activity arises within its own essence. This activity being the re-emergence of a creating power. This re-emergence is extremely gradual and takes place over a vast period of time, millions and millions of years. But gradually and according to the laws within itself, there emerges from this space, from this area set aside, the beginning of an organized existence. And in Indian philosophy, the concept is that in the beginning, at the very start of things, what was termed the egg was fashioned. Now this egg is also found in the writings of the Gnosis of Alexandria. It is the Orphic egg of Greece. It is the mysterious Druidic egg. And of course, it is the world egg of the Hindus. Now the egg is used to symbolize this simply because man has no way of devising a better analogy. It is only a symbol. When we think of the cosmic egg, we are not thinking of the same kind you buy in a store. You are thinking, however, of a process arising in nature. That what we call this process has to do with the gradual arising of a fertile condition, a condition in which situations are taking place by means of which the evolution of a universe is possible. According to the beginning of the ancient system, at the very commencement of this great process, in which the deity who is to be a solar system is awaking from the 7 nights of rest, sleeping like Vishnu upon the coils of the 7 coils of the serpent of eternity. When the time comes for this to happen, the consciousness of this being, in the Hindu might be likened to Brahma, or in the Kabbalah would be likened to Ain, the boundless, or in the Gnostic theory might be considered Ildaboath, Lord of the Aeons, in the Nordic Allfather. When the time comes for the manifestation of this, the fiat, or creative word, consists of an energy or a ray descending from the consciousness of the being, and this ray striking the mysterious albuminous substance of space, spreads through it, fecundates it, and sets it aside for the creation of a world. This might then be likened to the fact that it is the first step in the incarnation of a being into a body or a form. In the Greek system, the incarnation was the result of this ray, causing the primary division of the two natures or ultimate conditions of space itself. Space was therefore regarded as potentially capable of sustaining two conditions, a point that was also made by Pythagoras. These two conditions become the beginning of polarization, and polarization is the beginning of creation. Creation and polarization are both the beginnings of division, and as Pythagoras also said, division is the beginning of death. Consequently, embodiment, the creation moving from its eternal suspension into objectification, by its first movement, determines its own end. In other words, the moment the duality appears, the division of homogeneous existence into a polarized condition, the moment this occurs, the disintegration of this compound becomes inevitable. Two is the beginning of compound, and all compound is mortal. Therefore, all compound must be dissolved, as we find inscribed on the monument of Lord Bacon at St. Albans. This division the Greeks called ether and chaos. It represented the division primarily of that part of existence set aside for a pattern of creation and that part which was not set aside. We have in this cosmic system always to remember also that in another place in space other universes were in various degrees of unfoldment. We are only referring now to the beginning of a particular solar system. Others already exist, others will exist, some are disappearing, but now one is coming into birth. And in this coming into birth, there is what the ancients call striving, and all existence, all life is called the son of striving. And striving represents polarity operating upon itself. And in the Gnostic and in the Greek, the action of the two principles, ether and chaos, on each other produce a motion. This motion is a whirlwind, a great turning of two currents, one affecting the other. It is like the inevitable force and the immovable object. These contrasts create motion, and motion is the beginning of creation as we know it. In the ancient Nordic Eddas, we find, for example, that in the beginning there were two giants, two orders of giants, frost giants and flame giants. And these two, standing one group on each side of the great cleft in space, which is the Hindu egg of Brahma, or the great womb of Meru within which creation exists. These giants, one of flames and the other of ice, hurl their flames and their ice into the abyss. And out of the strugglings, out of the strivings, out of the torturings of fire and ice, striking together, vast steam arose, great mists came and covered the surface of creation. And out of the substance of this mist was fashioned the body of Ymir, the frost king, the first of all forms. And from his form, the gods later fashioned the world. But in our more simple, less symbolic system, the concept is simply that by this creation of duality, a space, a place was set aside in eternity, and in that moment time was born, dimensions were born, durations were set up, and the inevitable incarnation of the deity itself was decreed. In the course of time, the deity established its most important point. Out of the tremendous strivings of these two, fashioning the egg, there was established a boundary. Boundary being the area, the allotment, as it was called, of space set aside for a solar system. This allotment of space in its own turn could vary. Some solar systems are much greater in size than others. But each of these is determined by the power of the creating being that begins to incarnate. The greater the power of this being, the greater the area which is set aside for it. But in the end, this area is likened to a vast globe. This globe divides space into two kinds of space. The unconditioned on the outside, which remains forever the seminal field from which other worlds can come, and the conditioned or circumscribed space within the sphere. This being now set aside and apart for the creation of a universe, or in this case a solar system. What we might more completely say would be that it is set aside as the potential body of the incarnating solar deity or solar logos. It is important to remember that in most of the ancient systems, the circumference was established before the center. This is a little difficult for us to imagine. We think of a center of light radiating, and that perhaps the extreme circumference of the radius would then become the area of the egg. Actually, however, in the old systems it was held that the circumference came first, even as in the case of the embryo. That which was first under the wall of the cell ultimately becomes the complete covering of the human body, evolution taking place within this, and always this wall, this ring pass knot, constituting the circumference of the deity's space allotment. When this entire area has been permeated with the energy which this being causes to flow into it, we now have a space condition in which there is an eternal life, and we have a limited space allotment in which there is a non-eternal life force operating. This is very important to try to rationalize this situation, for it explains why in some of the older writings we are told that creation was accomplished by the gods gouging out holes in space, and that these holes became solids, that it was the opening or the empty area that became a world. What we are, I think, trying to distinguish here is that the impregnation of abstract space with the life of a deity places a restriction upon abstract space. It is no longer in its pure form. Abstract space has disappeared, so to say, into the composition of concrete space. And concrete space is mortal, durable, non-eternal. And concrete space upon which forms are to be created is less than the abstract space that preceded it. Therefore, in comparison to the original, it is more of a vacuum than a reality. Once this area, like an alchemical bottle in a laboratory experiment of some old chemist, once this material area has been set aside as a globe, a mysterious bubble floating in eternity, then we find the thought that Plato gives us pretty clearly defined, where he says the Logos impresses itself upon creation in the form of the cross. In the beginning, the Logos certainly impresses itself by assuming its position in relationship to this sphere, which is to be its incarnating vehicle. From the materials within this sphere, the body of the created solar system must be fashioned. And it must be fashioned by drawing upon the resources in the part of space which has been allotted to a procedure. In that point, then, according to Plato, the Logos impinges itself upon this sphere at the North Pole. that is, at the upper extremity of the sphere. And here it takes up its original and primary position. From this point, it begins the problem of we would say, conquering the field of its own manifestation. And according to Plato, this is accomplished first by projection from the pole of the now impregnated solar cell. And this consists of these four lines of fission which first appear and which still also appear in development of the impregnated human ovum. Here we find the beginning of the creative process, which is an infinite fragmentation within this great sphere, but the sphere itself is never divided. We are also told, therefore, that this beginning, this first place that arises in this sphere is the famous polar cap. It is the mysterious lotus cup crown of the great solar parent when it incarnates. It is also, in terms of solar systems, it is the imperishable island. It is the place where the powers or deities first descend, as in the story of the Book of Enoch. This polar continent is again mysteriously reflected downward through the various processes of creation until each planet has its polar continent. And in turn, each form of life has the equivalent to its polar continent, including man. For the polar continent in man is at the positive extremity of his magnetic field, being the upper part of the mysterious globe of energy which encloses him and is his miniature of the solar globe. For the human being coming into incarnation first manifests by creating a globe of energy within which its body will develop by drawing upon the various resources of nature and the magnetic fields of its parents. So this imperishable island, this point, which is the first to come and the last to go, becomes the first link between the deity itself, which is not embodied, and the creation which it intends to fashion. The creation must, like the embryonic development of man, reach a certain degree before it can be ensouled, before it can be quickened by the descent of the Logos into the vehicle which it is building. Now, in the ancient systems of mythology, and also in the Oriental systems, the deity awaking into objectivity, which is reversing its polarity. For actually in Yoga and Vedanta we realize that the so-called awaking of the deity is actually its passing into the sleep of matter. So that what we call awakening is only in terms of our own consciousness. But in order to attain creation consciousness, the being has to sacrifice the eternal consciousness of the space samadhi itself, that is, the infinite, unembodied consciousness. The samadhi, the cosmic state of consciousness, has to be lost in the process of creation. It is submerged. And the deity is beginning to submerge this consciousness in the area which it is set aside for creation. As the deity awakens objectively by going to sleep subjectively, the hierarchs which it has brought with it come into manifestation also. In man, according to the ancient belief, 7 spirits incarnate along with the sovereignty of the divine soul itself. These spirits in man take up the 7 vital functions of the body, becoming symbolically represented in the body by the 7 vital organs, as links by the 7 units of the endocrine chain, and finally by 7 mysterious points in the brain, which are called the rishi, or governors. Now, the same thing happens in the development of the solar system. The point at the north pole of the egg, or of the magnetic field, is the Meru, or mountain of the gods, and it is from here that all of the great creative processes take place. Incidentally, there is no correspondent southern pole, for all the growth moves from the positive. And in the Hindu mythology, the suras, or the great powers of light, work from the north pole, but the asuras, which are the negative principles of receptive darkness, work from the south pole. In the development of this being, those manifestations of its own consciousness, which are primary, first come into manifestation after itself. It gradually turns creation over to these secondary powers, for the only way that it can release them is to go to sleep in them. Therefore, we have the great problem, which has oppressed theologians for thousands of years, and that is the Trinity, or the triad of creating powers in India: Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. In this particular symbolism, of course, as we know, the supreme power goes to sleep as far as its unity is concerned and becomes aware of itself in its three creating aspects as a trinity. It has no longer the full conscious awareness of its own unity, because this unity is absorbed into three points of individualized consciousness, which constitute the triad or symbol of equilibrium. These three become the creative power. That is the power that is actually to become the beginning and ruler of all the processes of creativity. The second is to become the protective, the preservative, and the enlightening power. And the third is to become the reproductive and ultimately destructive power of crystallization or transformation, by means of which the entire pattern is prevented from ever being captured in an eternal likeness. In other words, the third power of your Creator is the power that prevents the ultimate turning of the solar system into stone and locking within it every form of life that is there. Therefore, as the processes of nature decline, then your disintegrating power breaks up the compounds. The creating power, of course, is Brahma, and in India, the preserving, protecting, and perpetuating power is Vishnu, and the power which breaks up crystallization by transformation is Shiva, the eternal mendicant, always dressed in wild garments of an ascetic, body covered with clay, sitting alone in meditation on the snowy peaks of Himavat. The principle, however, is that three agencies now take over. And these three agencies, in taking over, in turn release those hierarchs or orders of life which are locked within their consciousness. And each one, as it unlocks the powers within it, releasing orders of existence, goes to sleep in these orders of existence. Thus Vishnu, the preserver, in releasing the 10 avatars, goes to sleep in the 10 embodiments of itself. And all this process continues, in which the continuous involutionary process, by means of which the solar system is finally brought into the condition which we might recognize today, is always a process of consciousness going to sleep in embodiment, always a process of unities being broken up into diversities, always a process of a single consciousness losing its nature of identity and becoming divided consciousness. So we finally reach the nadir of this situation, the greatest possible descent of the deity into manifestation. And at that point we have the universe of infinite diversity. We have the universe in which every fragment appears to be completely isolated, in which every substance and essence has its own life and its own purpose, in which there are infinite and countless manifestations of creatures and creations, where there is no longer any communion between these creatures, except perhaps such communion as comes through instinct or intuition. We have then the universe or the solar system as we see it today. We have a solar system with countless forms of vegetation, with innumerable types of insects and fishes and birds, mammals of all kinds, flowers, trees. We have even the magnificent evolving processes in the crystallization of rocks. And we have, perhaps above them all, the mysterious power of man himself, who has also a manifestation of this infinite division of consciousness. Now, the ancients gave to the Trinity, or the basic creating triad of beings, the power to fashion out of the chaotic elements within the alchemical vessel the great formula of life itself. And this process goes on, and the medieval alchemists transformed the entire creation of the universe, the solar system, man, and the human soul into chemical equations. And the study of all these equations is a very fascinating thing, because it finally breaks down again to a highly evolved system of abstract philosophical chemistry. But for all practical purposes, we can't follow every step of the way. We know that as surely as the various powers emerge in their own development, that we will find also the emergence of the planetary system. We find that from the sovereignty of the sun's consciousness will come forth the consciousness of planets, that these planets are miniatures of the solar system, each beginning with a magnetic field within the greater field, each with its own Mount Meru at its northern pole, each therefore producing from itself a recapitulation of the 7 continents, the 7 great oceans, the 7 orders of life, beginning with the mineral, and finally the 7 basic races of men. All of these septenaries arise from the same septenary principle that brought forth the creation of the worlds in the first place. We have your musical harmony, your chemical affinities, and all these things paralleling this ancient system in every possible respect. We may later, as time goes on, be able to refine or improve some of the minor phases of it, but the great principle involved is not likely to be changed, because man has never conceived anything since that was as stupendous and yet as logical in terms of common human experience as that which was developed by the sages of ancient India, Egypt, China, and Greece. These were the great thinkers of the primordial world of man's experience. So gradually this mysterious globe in space begins to fill. It fills in many ways. The Gnostics pointed out that gradually, as the result of this development, a new center was established. This new center, as it came into existence, was necessary in order that the physical world might be generated. This center, like the original one, is not in dead center of the egg, but above the center, but not at the outer, at top, as in the case of the primordial center. In man, 3 centers are recognized as coming into existence: the heart, or spiritual core, and the brain and the reproductive system. These 3 become man's manifestation of the 3 deities. And in the creation of the solar system, these also come into manifestation. The next thing that we find is that near the center of this great circle, or sphere that we have set up, there descends from above, from the imperishable center, a new or extension of life, which moves into a central point. And in this central point, it draws from the entire area of the sphere all of the impregnated energy that is in a solar system is drawn from the circumference by a mysterious spiritual attraction until it gathers into a point near the center of the solar sphere, or this mysterious crystalline bubble in which we find the process taking place. Excuse my inadequacy in language, but some of these are rather taxing to find words for. In any event, the center having been established by privating, as Jacob Bamies calls it, privating the entire interior of the egg, everything moves to the center to cause something that resembles the yolk of the egg. In the Greek, we have the same principle in the symbolism of the shield of Helios, the sun deity. The area of the circular shield is the egg. The central boss or knob represents the condensation of the spiritual power to a center. And as the energy is all drawn to this center, what is left is called the privation. This is the part that is deprivated of life. This becomes what Bamy calls the great hunger. It is that which cries for life. It is told in the Gnostic series that the Great Mother cried out that she might give birth. And this Great Mother represents the field of the egg after it has been deprived by the central energy, which moves to the center and there forms by a tremendous psychic compression the magnetic body of the sun. The sun, therefore, is the energy of the entire area set aside for a solar system. The sun becomes sovereign of that part which lies within the wall of the egg. Beyond the wall of the egg, the sun has no further sovereignty. And outside of the solar system, beyond a certain point, the sun no longer exercises any influence. It may be seen, it may be sends its own little ray across space, but it has no proprietorship over the evolutionary process. And if a ray of the sun or of some other sun in space goes forth like the ray of a fixed star, which has been captured in sound and color by modern equipment, if this ray reaches out, maybe goes across 1,000 solar systems to be recorded by some instrument that we have, this ray, however, does not fertilize. It does not cause any creation in this outside area, only within its own field of manifestation. Once the central sun is therefore created, we come again to the Pythagorean and Ptolemaic theory. In their theory, the egg of the solar system was represented by a circle within which were the concentric rings of the planetary orbits. But at this time, the planetary orbits do not exist. The time we are referring to, the hypothetical boundary of the solar system is represented by a belt of stars. Inside of this, the material is gradually drawn to the center by privation. And to indicate that, the ancients established the orbits of the planets to signify the 7 degrees of privation. The orbit of Saturn was fashioned first, being that which is the furthest from the sun, and therefore Saturn is the eldest of the gods, and he is also the god that must destroy or devour all his own creation. His orbit, being the most remote, represents therefore that which is the first to be fashioned, and incidentally will be the last to be compensated or overcome. And Milton says that death is the last great enemy. So that in the development of this theory, the orbits are formed by the retiring of the energy, degree by degree towards center, producing first the orbit of Saturn, then of Jupiter, then of Mars, then the ancient concept of the orbit of the Sun, which was, however, a cover for another planet which they did not know. And later, after that, the orbit of Venus and of Mercury, and the orbit of the Moon, which was the closest to the Earth. They had their own little private system of astronomy, but the concept is that the Earth to them was the physical body corresponding to the human heart, which was set up in the midst of the planets, and around which, in this case, the sun, as a superior energy, also rotated. But in any event, the Egyptians tell us that the gathering of the 7 degrees of substance was from the circumference to the center, leaving the orbits like the concentric rings of an onion, which the Egyptians held to be a sacred vegetable because it revealed this mystery. When the energy had all reached the sun, then, at that moment, the physical structure of the solar system was born. At that time, all energy had been contracted, and in this energy field, the solar logos came into embodiment. It was then the quickening, and from that time on, the power of the solar principle was no longer operating from outside, from above, or with a conscious, separate understanding of the creative process. It then incarnated, according to the ancients, in the sun itself, and began the great evolutionary part of its existence. Having gathered all its resources to achieve birth, it now achieved maturity of embodiment by gradually releasing these resources into the vacuum that had been left by the retirement of energy in the first place. It therefore began to fill the privation around it with energy which had passed through and been conditioned by its own consciousness. And from this came the orbits and bodies of the planets as we know them, to become the embodiments of the 7 logi, or the 7 vowels, or the 7 Elohim of the first chapter of Genesis, who moved upon the face of the deep. Having gradually built all of this structure into a consistent pattern, we find the solar logos gradually achieving maturity, producing what we might term today a structure in which the consciousness of the solar deity became permeating throughout the entire area. From that time on, the solar deity gradually took hold of its own body, as we do in growing up, until finally the body became a complete agent for his purpose, for the unfoldment of the various forms of life. Each form of life unfolded from a collective superior to itself. Thus, for instance, from a planetary deity unfolded all the life of the planet. From a particular group type or racial type or species type unfold all of the separate manifestations of the different kingdoms of nature. They are all emanations by a completely rational process. They are all perfectly ordered and ordained. Now, the development of the solar system finally results in the emergence of a group of planets, all with their own evolving orders of life, all of them nourished by the one solar principle, all of them dependent upon solar consciousness for their consciousness, solar mind for their mind, solar emotion for their emotion, and solar energy for the preservation of their bodies. All of these energies are principles, only the body is a receptacle and not a principle. So all these various energies finally become embodied, and in so doing gain ways of manifestation. When they are not embodied, they are not in manifestation. So man gains the power to perfect himself in arts and crafts and skills through the process of embodiment. And through this process he learns the particular lesson of the great solar field of which he is a part. For the solar power itself has impressed a purpose upon the entire procedure, and all creatures within that solar system are gradually moving to the fulfillment of that purpose. Now there's one other step in this which is intriguing and a little more difficult perhaps, but still worth making a try at in connection with this procedure. A man at various times in his own life experiences qualities or changes within his own nature. He finds, for example, that under certain conditions he is inclined to attempt to improve his nature. He attempts to discipline himself. He attempts to gradually integrate his own purposes. Now we have to realize that as man is born, grows up, passes through childhood, adolescence, and early maturity, and comes finally to the maximum use of his facilities, he still has something else he has to do. And that is, he has to direct and dedicate his efforts to purposes that are proper and appropriate to him. Now, in the solar procedure, something of this nature occurs. It is hard to attempt to define it in such magnitudes as you would find in a solar system, but we still have the same principle involved, namely that the solar logos, or the creating power, using the entire solar system as its physical, emotional, vital, and mental organism, becomes like the compound individual, a series of bodies, a series of factors and forces. We have solar mind, and solar mind, while it is a great mind and an exalted mind, is not perfect mind. The same with all the other elements. A solar system in the great pattern of things is comparatively imperfect, and it is also even more imperfect when its ruling power has become obscured by the principles of matter. In other words, as it has descended into matter in a kind of symbolic fall, it has lost a certain amount of its own clarity, a certain amount of its own internal comprehension. It must regain this inner comprehension by means of a resurrection. And this resurrection, which is the raising of the dead, is nothing more or less than the release of consciousness from the sepulchre of matter, or of ignorance, of form, of the vibratory pattern which has closed in and limited or reduced the effectiveness of life itself. Now, resurrection, being the restoration of consciousness, simply means the restoring of the total consciousness of the solar being, and the equivalent in the solar being to what we would term illumination. In other words, this being, restored to its own nature, restored to its own full consciousness, attains illumination, a symbolism which we find beautifully developed in the northern system of Buddhism. Here we recognize that the great powers, the Dhyana Buddhas particularly, also pass into samadhi, or pass into a state of meditation. And in this state of meditation, they also achieve an illumination. That there has to be also the awakening of the solar deity itself. This awakening is due in part to the production in nature of forms capable of releasing the higher forms of solar consciousness. Man at the present time is regarded as the creature possessing the most immediate resources for the liberation and restoration of the solar consciousness. This becomes, therefore, part of the secret rituals of the ancient mystery rites, namely that the dying God dies in man, and that the resurrection takes place by the release of solar consciousness through man. That as fast as this consciousness is released, it is available again to the total experience, and that through this mysterious procedure, the solar being awakens, passing from its own kind of ignorance to its own kind of total enlightenment for itself. In order to achieve this, the solar being subjects its various bodies to discipline. And this is a very interesting point. Just as man, seeking enlightenment or seeking to advance in spiritual insight, must impose certain rules and regulations upon himself for the advancement of his own character and the perfection thereof, so, according to the ancient philosophies, the solar logos, having become embodied, having entered into the chaos of infinite potential, having been immersed or drowned or died in matter, as its consciousness unfolds, by evolution, just as man's consciousness unfolds by the evolutionary process. It reaches the point in its development in which it recognizes the necessity of imposing self-rulership upon self. This experience, of course, is discovered, as Buddha points out, very largely to the Logos by man himself. Man is the one who experiences God's need for discipline. He is the one that realizes in a mysterious way that by discipline or by the integration of his resources, he grows or becomes greater, or his consciousness is subject to illumination. This illumination of consciousness is a release, actually, not of man's consciousness, which is only a fragment of the solar consciousness, but the release of the solar consciousness itself. Thus, every being that arrives at illumination releases a part of the solar consciousness. And the bodhisattvas, who will not accept the nirvana until the least of all creatures is illumined, represents the consciousness or realization that the perfection of the great being or deity who projected the world is achieved only when every creature in it attains liberation. When that is attained, then the being itself is liberated. Then the mysterious Prometheus, who was crucified for bringing light to man, is released from the rocky crag of Mount Caucasus. Then and then only is the resurrection of the Logos achieved. Then only is the restoration of the golden age made possible. To attain this, therefore, what happens? The individual going out in life seeks teaching, seeks help, and finds that something has been seeking him at the same time. This thing that has been seeking him is the great order of world saviors. This order of world saviors represents the release from within the solar deity of the powers of enlightenment which were also locked within it. For as Buddhism points out, when the great being went to sleep in the previous embodiment, it took him to sleep with it the dedicated sages. It took him to sleep with it the arhats, the ones who must guard the world during the intervals between Buddhas. It took into sleep with it the bodhisattvas and the liberated ones, the dedicated ones, and also the great Buddhas of compassion. These were the spiritual force, the moral character, the insight of the solar Logos. And when it began to emerge and unfold again here, when a certain degree of evolution was attained in the structure of the solar system, these various orders of sages began to embody also. These teachers that had also slept in rest in the divine mind until a certain point of evolution was accomplished, were released by the fact that it was then proper for man to be able to comprehend them. As unfolding mind in the solar system became capable of understanding, that which was necessary for that mind to understand was released from the divine mind. And this process kept on and keeps on continuously. For within the hierarchy of the solar Logos must rest all of the forces and powers actually required to achieve the ultimate liberation of the Logos. If such were not the case, then the power of crystallization would take over, and we would have dead ends. We would have things that can never go anywhere. But always in the divine nature there can be no dead end. For that which is actually the solar consciousness in its fullness is capable at all times of absolutely controlling or determining the ends of its own creation process. But this controlling power is not available at all times. It is not available until it is released gradually through the evolution of creatures. But this evolution is inevitable. Therefore, as time goes on, the problems get more complicated because faculties and natures become more complicated. But but always with this complication. The faculties become richer in their power to comprehend, and more to comprehend is released in the form of the incarnation of these hierarchs of teachers. So that actually the government of the solar system is entrusted really to three forces. It is entrusted to three powers which are expressions of the consciousness of the Logos. It is entrusted first to the Manus, the great lawgivers. The lawgivers being the exactitude of the solar mind. The solar mind, in the beginning, when it first contemplated absorption into creation, trusted its entire future upon the laws. These laws were a mysterious network of inevitables. These inevitables extended throughout all space, far beyond solar systems and galaxies and cosmic orders. These laws were the very laws of the substances of space which consciousness must work with. Therefore, when the great power went to sleep, it went to sleep in the law. It went to sleep with the perfect certainty that the tides of eternity would bring it finally back again to its natural estate. There could be no doubt of this. It had absolute and complete faith, because this faith was grounded in these eternal principles. And to these eternal principles it turned over the administration of itself during its ages of sleep. And these principles became its unconscious leaders. They became its inevitable will guardians. They were the will powers of deity. And these were the great and inevitable lawgivers. Then the second order of protection that was given was what has been called the Lords of the Heart doctrine. The Lords of the Heart doctrine represented the entire gamut of human idealistic conception. All religions, all ideals, all hopes, all faiths, all beauties, all of the great creative arts, everything that inevitably must lead to the perfection of human insight in terms of faith and adoration, beauty, veneration, respect. All of these powers were invested in the Lords of the Heart doctrine, who were the ones that became the shepherds of men. They were the ones who had to administer love before there were hearts to feel it. They were the ones who had to bring out of the growth of things in their strivings and their struggles and in the terrible chemistries of space, had to finally bring forth natural and kindly regards. From them also came the great patient teachers of human benevolence, the saints and the martyrs, all who gave all of themselves by an instinct which they cannot completely rationalize to the service of mankind. But all such dedicated persons are actually seed lives that were carried over by the Logos at the time it took on embodiment. They were not all fashioned here, but some were fashioned here. And in Buddhism they are differentiated into two orders, therefore, the celestial bodhisattvas and the terrestrial bodhisattvas. The celestial bodhisattvas are the teachers that were brought over from the previous cycle. The terrestrial bodhisattvas, the dedicated disciples who rose here to carry on the work of these teachers. And these two orders work together. As soon as the terrestrial powers or bodhisattvas become strong enough, the celestial ones will retire from operation, but only when the world is able psychically, emotionally, and spiritually, and aesthetically, and culturally to sustain itself. The third order of the protectors and so forth were the basis of the scientific and civil administrative powers of mankind. Like the saints and the seers, these also were carried over. There are orders of intellects that were derived from other patterns of life, such as the great philosophers, also the great scientists, And one of the reasons why in evolution we pass from one age to another is because as we evolve, waves of life that have been held in suspension until the environment for them was appropriate come in and contribute their part to the direction of the entire pattern. This coming in of lives that have previously not been present merely means a calling upon other resources within the nature of the solar power itself. All of these principles are within that solar power. All of them were tied into the creation process by the impregnation of space within the sphere of solar creation. All of them were parts of the solar nature, just as all energies in life are part of the wealth which we receive from the sun. And as the symbolism of the sun shows nourishment to all things according to their needs, so these sun nourishment principles become embodied as the various deities of the ancient pantheons and the ancient philosophical systems. This is the reason for the elaborate structure of the Shingon mandalas in Japanese Buddhism. These thousands of deities, and in some instances tens of thousands of deities, all represent nothing but the individualization of the energy of the sun. They are all manifestations of some quality of Dainichi Nyori or the great Buddha Virukana. Actually, therefore, just as every color that we see comes from the sun's light, just as every flavor that we can taste, every odor that we smell, everything that we touch is only a form of sun energy or sun structure. So actually, according to this philosophy, these germinal rays of the sun, forever pouring into the abyss or the vacuum to fill it, will be represented by not only faculties or powers or circumstances or growths, but also as spiritual living beings. They represent the created energies as specialized beings. In the ancient system, there was no energy that was not embodied in something. There was no mere electricity flying through space from the sun to some human being or to some other structure. All this energy was in the form of hierarchs. It was in the form of evolving lives that were the particular channels of this energy. And these evolving lives brought the energies into manifestation with them, held them in manifestation, and finally, when their purposes are finished, these energies are withdrawn, and these hierarchies retire again into the eternal nature. In the illumination of Buddha, we find the symbolism of the great teacher surrounded by the hierarchs. We find him in the presence of all the Buddhas of previous cycles. We find him attended by celestial beings. And in the Lotus of the Law, which is the great Mahayana scripture, we find an audience composed even of friendly and kindly associates who for the great enlightenment have come in from other solar systems to be present, not to interfere, but to rejoice in the fact that a great circumstance is occurring in nature, that a great power is being released in the evolution of things, and these gatherings for the release of great good may be considered sort of solar or cosmic holidays. They are days when all the universe rejoices, inasmuch as another phase of the great consciousness of Dainichi Nyori has been released into manifestation. When all this evolutionary process has reached a certain degree of unfoldment, little by little all lives begin to flow back again into the consciousness of the cause. Their outflowing was to lose consciousness, to become unaware of their source, therefore to wander in darkness until the life and character in themselves longing for reunion with reality, impelled them to begin the arduous journey to self-enlightenment. But in the great motion back in evolution in the solar system is simply a continuous process of awakening. It is a process of lives becoming more and more conscious of realities. And as the highest solar reality is the Logos, or the power at the source of solar existence, as all the parts of the solar system become aware of this, they return to it, which is, of course, underlying the Buddhist concept of the parinirvana. For the parinirvana is simply the hierarchies returning home to the great spiritual orders to which they belonged, as we also see in the magnificent spectacle of the hierarchs on the petals of the great rose in Dante's Paradiso. Actually, all these hierarchies returning home restore the consciousness of the Solar Logos in Shingon Dainichi Nyori. When they have all come back, when all divided consciousness has experienced again unity, when all divided parts have been drawn together in the indissoluble bonds of insight, the energies slowly become again what they were in the beginning. They retire from the many to the 12, from the 12 to the 7 to the 3, and the 3 return again to the 1. And when they have all returned again to the 1, the solar system has completed a lifetime. At that time, having regained its consciousness, enriched by the tremendous pageantry of growth which has occurred within it during its cycle, the Solar Logos awakens from embodiment. It is released from body as man is released from body. But as man, according to the ancient mysteries, may be released in two ways. We have the same principle involved in this. There is a form of death in which the body is separated from the soul, and there is also a form of death in which the soul, rising, separates itself from the body. And in the philosophical mysteries, the return of these conscious powers under the dedication of discipline, the transformation of men and creatures into avatars, into arhats, into sages. All this means the gradual return of life as consciousness, becoming more and more aware both of itself and of its great overlife. Finally, they all come together again in the consciousness of Dainichi. Then the globe and all that it inhabits disappears. Then the rings go back. Everything slowly reverses itself until nothing remains again but the imperishable island, floating upon the surface of unconditioned space. Then at last this imperishable island does not perish, but vanishes into subjectivity, where it remains until the next cycle of embodiment is proper and natural. The Logos then goes to sleep again for the 7 eternities. This is going on constantly in space, according to the ancients. In Buddhist philosophy, the Buddhas and the great principles, the spiritual powers of tens of thousands of myriads of universes attend in the great rejoicing when one of the solar systems is completed and one of these great cycles comes to an end. But this cycle again is, of course, part of a larger one. The solar deity, in passing into sleep, contributes to the evolution of the universal deity around whose nature many solar systems rotate. And the universal deity, in turn, with all its solar systems and all its parts, is part of a galaxy, or a still greater pattern, which again is reaffirming itself. But as all these things are continually reaffirming, the ancients held that in the ultimate, or in the final nature of things, which is utterly beyond our conception, inconceivable to us, that everything consists finally of evolution causing things to wake up, until ultimately The total experience of everything is therefore to be total, to be aware, to wake up. And in this awaking, to wake up as infinity, to wake up as pure divine consciousness, to wake up as the administrator or the ruler of the great sea of space, and after having awakened, to take on again in some way the dream of illusion in order to advance other areas, other factors. For as surely as illumination is eternal and inevitable, so that those elements or patterns which are created are likewise eternal and innumerable. And we have to also realize that at various stages in this procedure, living things themselves become seminal. That is, they become seeds. And at certain periods of their development, the creatures of the various hierarchies bring new waves of life or new sparks of life into manifestation, which must go through the great cycle in space. We may agree with the Brahmins and we may agree with the Buddhists that it's all very abstract. We must agree with them that we do not have the answers to the infinites. But I think it is interesting to conceive as far as we can go the majesty of this concept, a concept which it seems to me, by some mysterious and wonderful grasp of insight, transcends the noblest and most extravagant fantasies of science, transcends anything that we can imagine. For it not only gives us this infinite majesty of purpose, it gives us the infinite scientific unfoldment of things under law and under consciousness, but it also preserves a tremendous pattern of divine purposes, of great spiritual beings and great spiritual centers of consciousness, constantly and inevitably fulfilling their proper destinies in space. It is a very large concept. Naturally, we cannot grasp it all, but the small fragment that has been grasped has become the basis of most of the world's enlightened philosophies and has stood the test of human experience better than any system upon a less substantial foundation. And so with this perhaps as a basis, we can proceed to further phases of the ancient concepts of creation as they are found in the old teachings. Well, I think that's enough for this evening, and thank you very much. In the course of time, modern man has taken a rather blasé attitude toward the universe of which he is so intimately a part. We look out around us upon the most extraordinary and miraculous of worlds, and yet we are scarcely astonished. Everything has gradually been deprived of its overtones. Children have much of wonder in them, but as we grow older, this wonder ceases, and a kind of glibness takes its place. We do not have the answers to most of the questions that we ask, yet we are not inclined to leave very much sentiment in ourselves toward this world and its wonders. We look upon the universe as a vast environment full of energies and elements, essences, substances. But then we have transformed the world in which we live into a kind of cosmic laboratory. The universe exists very largely to be explored and to be conquered. We imagine it going on indefinitely through the infinities of space. We have a feeling that it must have begun sometime and probably will end sometime. Or if it doesn't end, it will change continuously. Vast cosmic suns will burn out in space and new worlds will be born. And man will continue the careful analysis of spectrums and try to solve the mysteries of cosmic rays and energies around him. Actually, however, we have lost the sense of the sublime. There is probably nothing that we can ever turn our gaze upon so splendid as the sky of night. Yet to us, it is merely an interference with the routines and rhythms of the day. We simply have lost this innate romanticism that made life a wonderful experience when we felt more and did not know so much. The ancients contemplating the universe had a thrill from it all, which we can hardly understand and which we are inclined to ridicule. To them the universe was not just space and suns and moons and stars. The universe was a wonderland of living things. True, some of these things were beyond the ken of mortals. We could not see them. But our forefathers knew they were there just the same. But where vision left off, intuition took over. One of the earliest realizations of man searching to understand his world and himself was the kinship between the human estate and that of nature. Man, striving to understand himself, explored the universe, and striving to explore the universe, searched himself. There were certain parallels, certain analogies which struck him at an early time. One of the most interesting and positive concepts about this arose, of course, in India, one of the old lands where religions and philosophies and sciences were mingled together in a magnificent extravaganza of metaphysical insight. The universe, obviously, was the body of a great being. This body had its own kind of bones, and muscle, and flesh, and tissue. We could only see a certain part of that body, represented by planets and stars and luminaries. But we could also be aware of the great circulations going on within this fabric. We could sense an energy field enclosing all of these separate moving parts, tying them into an extraordinary functioning entity. And that this functioning entity was ensouled, our ancestors never doubted. That it was ensouled by a power capable of administering its infinite complexity, they were also satisfied. So to them the universe was a living wonder, not something inanimate. It was not only living in the sense of being a vibratory mass of energies, it was living as having a mind and a heart. And in wisdom, men sought to understand the mind of this vast structure. And in religion, they sought to understand its emotional moods. Men who go down to the sea in ships have learned to accept the ocean as a creature of moods, something more than merely a mass of water. The more we are acquainted with these various elements, the more we respect them, the more we sense something of the tremendous intelligence that is locked within them. Our forefathers also assumed the universe to be ensouled with intelligence. that every part of its plan, every part of its purpose was motivated by wisdom, by some kind of knowledge. Whether it was rational or instinctive or intuitive, it was still there. This knowledge, this wisdom was purposed. All things were moving toward a destiny, towards an end or a goal that was known to something, or perhaps would be discovered by the very process of its own evolving motion. Also, our ancestors became acutely aware that nearly all physical things that we see around us, both in space and on our own planet, are actually the long shadows of laws. The universe is a vast network of regulations and rules, statutes and edicts, magnificent patterns by which all procedures are regulated. The universe is not actually a place of accidents or coincidences. It is a great, well-organized instrument, moving according to the laws of its kind, fulfilling its own purposes with an exactitude that transcends imagination. And as these laws operating throughout space cast their smaller shadows upon our own planet, we perceive that this planet also is controlled and directed by a legislative power coming from nature, coming from the heavens or from space itself. Actually, therefore, bodies are crystallizations along lines of law. The processes which are immutable create their own forms. And one of the first laws that man sensed in this magnificence was the law of continual and inevitable unfoldment. Everything is growing from some previous state to some future or subsequent state. The whole procedure is as though a vast flower was opening in space. Slowly, methodically, inevitably, this blossom spreads its petals. Everything is releasing something from within itself in the process of its own growth. Thus we see that unfoldment guards or guides the ways of things. And this unfoldment applies to suns and cosmic centers just as surely as it applies to the maturing and development of human life. Man is unfolding. Man is not standing still. He is not a complete creature. He must tomorrow be more than he is today, even as today he is more than he was yesterday. The only reason for existence is this process of perpetual growth. A man observing this growth in his own experience was not forced to be too imaginative if he recognized it also in space around him. The problem as to where law came from, of course, also intrigued our forefathers. Those systems of philosophy and religion which postulated a deity at the source of life usually assumed that these laws were an expression of the divine will. Deity could be a despot, imposing its purposes upon its creation with inevitable finality. Deity could think what it willed. It could decide what it wished, and by the mere fact of its own divinity could require its creation to abide by its pleasures or purposes or conclusions. This satisfied some early thinkers and satisfied Western man for a great many centuries. But there were certain inconsistencies in the concept. It seemed more reasonable to assume that in some way this world was not a despotism, that it was not ruled over by an arbitrary force. For if this force is truly arbitrary, then the thing that we are seeking most of all, the growth of things, would be frustrated. An absolute autocracy at the source of life would amount to predestination. It would end forever the free will of the creature. And if the creature is subject to the whims of an absolute autocracy, then moral responsibility is a fallacy. How can we be expected to be able to resist the edicts of an arbitrary deity? And how can we expect to develop character if we are constantly forced to follow certain procedures whether we will or not? Thus we have the problem that worried Job, the problem of man's freedom to be himself, and in this freedom finding the responsibility to be a better self each day. It therefore occurred to the more philosophic nations that the idea of a complete fatalism, ruled by an inevitable pattern of divine autocracy, with deity operating according to pleasure or displeasure and not according to value, that this could not be held as a basis for an integrated universe, that it is not reasonable to assume that deity could be partial to some peoples and neglectful of others, or that God could be subject to hate or whims of jealousy, or could be responsible for any type of evil, even though it were only the hardening of Pharaoh's heart. So it became a pattern in the ancient mind to contemplate the possibility that law preceded deity. The deity did not create laws, but administered them, much as in the case of the leader of a constitutional government or even a constitutional monarchy. Nations have their bills of rights, their Magna Carta, or whatever may be held and cherished as the statement of the rights of the people. These various documents are served by governments, maintained by them, protected by them, but may not be destroyed by them. Thus the question arose, could law have come before the gods? And there are many ways in which this could be made to seem rationally possible. First of all, as we explained last week, we have to find some answer to the mystery of where the gods came from. And it might be easier to assume that they were products of law than to assume that they were spontaneous creations, something coming forth out of nothing. It might then be quite possible to assume that law, an immutable pattern, is intrinsic in the essential essences of existence, that laws like space and eternity and substance and essence and being have always existed. Therefore, that as long as the essential elements from which the world is fashioned are eternal, law can be co-eternal with these elements. For unless this is true, these elements could never change their relationships with each other and could never pass through the vast pageantries of creation which we behold when we study the stars. Therefore, the wise came to the conclusion that before gods and men there were laws, that these laws were the rules innate in all energies, that energies are self-governing, that all principles and patterns are self-maintaining, and that as surely as crystallization in rock or fission in cells, these take place with or without the consent of man or any arbitrary force that we know, simply because these processes are the right, natural, and inevitable procedures. Because this is true, then all existence is sustained by innate processes, invariable and utterly consistent. The universe itself is a manifestation of these laws in operation, just as surely as the frost picture on a window pane or the intricate geometric structure of a snowflake. These laws do not require the kind of theology with which we have been familiar. It would be rather difficult for us to imagine the anthropomorphic deity of our ancestors being much concerned with frost pictures or snow crystals. This deity seemed to be mostly involved in the miseries and misfortunes of mankind, spending part of his time saving his creation and the rest of his time wishing he'd never created it. This type of thing was not likely to advance the universal procedure. But if we assume that every substance has its own rules, and that these rules have always been, and that we know the substance today merely because it does obey its own rules, and that every element that we see is truly a symbol of a process, that all compounds are symbols of the elements which create them or produce them, and every form of growth around us is simply a law bursting into expression through its proper means and methods. It is because of such lawfulness that man himself has been able to compile a kind of index of natural laws. The wise from the beginning have been discovering laws, but they do not seem to realize that all of these laws are but evidences of something else, the magnificent archetypal totality which can only be attained by all of these laws in operation, and must from the beginning express through the perfection of its laws, whether its expressions are visible to us or not. If space is actually a vast area of lawful energies, then of course it follows that man's adjustment to space results from the gradual insight which he gains as to the operations of these laws. The alchemists of the Middle Ages pointed out that the Holy Scriptures were books which described lawful processes, and that nature itself was also an unfolding scripture in which all of the great edicts of the infinite were set forth in living characters. This attitude distinguished most ancient areas of thought. Man becoming aware dimly that he does inhabit a universe which has rules, also recognizes that for some reason he alone seems to have the power to disobey rules. Now, perhaps he is wrong in this. It may be an arrogance of his own to assume that he can even be very wicked. But we do not see around us in nature as many rebellions against natural law as we find in man's nature. It therefore would appear to be that the most dangerous instrument of man's relationship with life is the human mind. Those creatures in which mental natures are not individualized never rebel against law, but fulfill it without question. Perhaps a few human beings who have come to a great insight into the mysteries of natural law have also verged toward this complete obedience. But for the majority, life is a resistance to this lawful pattern. The individual, seemingly convinced that he is able to defend himself and his own purposes against the infinite pressures of space around him. This is one of the points which we also find in Oriental philosophy. Sometimes Eastern thinkers are termed fatalistic simply because they assume that the individual is powerless to withstand universal purpose. Here in the West, however, we like to think that man is strong and universal purpose is either weak or non-existent. We have not yet learned enough by trial and error to realize where the error lies. We still assume that we have merely made some kind of a technical mistake which can be corrected in the next experiment. We are still attempting to exploit laws, to go against them, or to prove that we are superior to them, and therefore potential masters of space. Universal laws have many levels of manifestation, and we can find some examples of these levels or parallels to them in the study of the spectrum. Here we observe that one light, broken up prismatically, provides us with a complete spectrum of colors. Yet all these colors are invisibly held within the white light. And if all colors are imposed upon each other, we can also achieve what we call the no-color black. The problem that confronts many persons is to understand, if we can, how universal law breaks up into various parallel processes, each relating to a certain kind of life or manifestation. We do know, however, that as light is broken up to become colors, so the universal law pattern is broken into a mass of different parallel processes. We find law applicable to harmony and sound, to light and color. We find it in the octaves of chemicals. We find it also in the various technical arts and sciences which we are developing today. We find laws in language, in art and painting, in perspective, and in the various dimensions of dynamic proportion. We see laws in the canons of architecture, and we observe that if we break these laws, the resulting structure is not satisfactory. If we break the rules governing the processes of nature, these processes simply fail to fulfill themselves, or may turn upon us and endanger the individual who abuses them. If we build a house in defiance of architecture, it may fall and bury us in its rubble. Thus, everywhere, man experiences the need to discover the rules. There are laws governing even the simple trades of the carpenter and the stonemason. There are laws governing the professions, the methods of legislation and jurisprudence. Everywhere, experience has taught us that we have to set up rules. In old times, one of the first great codes that was given to man, the Code of Hammurabi, was said to have been revealed to the king by the deity Nebo, or Merodach. The likeness of the god was represented in the inscriptions at the beginning of the code. And in this code, Hammurabi sets forth his intuitive insight into the natural processes of human relationships. Actually, the laws of Hammurabi are still astonishingly just and extremely practical, although we have left them far behind in the complications of jurisprudence. But everywhere we have to find laws. And as we examine for them and catch up to them, or perceive them at least dimly in the abstract patterns of things, we have a new initiation into the universal plan. We become more aware that by using law constructively, all is possible. That the moment we use a law constructively or give it a lawful application that has not previously been generally known, we are actually contributing to the manifestation and evolution of that law process. The more laws we discover and obey, the more discoveries that we make through the cooperation with just laws, the more rapidly the whole universe unfolds its purpose. Thus man becomes truly a kind of priest in the temple of universal law. He serves the great statutes and edicts of his faith, and in doing so also advances all lawful works in nature. These lawful works are brought out of darkness, out of caves, as Bacon said, and given their proper opportunity to be known in the light, and by being known in the light, to be applied to the needs of living things. In space, many laws certainly exist, but again we are inclined to regard them all merely as we regard the light of the spectrum, as simply scientific facts. Certainly, life energies have to be present, but these life energies are simply force, or magnetism, or electricity, or atomic energy. We think of all these types of terms very glibly. We do not give them any clear moral value. The Egyptians and the Greeks and the Chinese, however, when they began to contemplate laws, they assumed that just as surely as a law by its own procedure established right and wrong, that somewhere in the pattern of things, this rightness and this wrongness must be regarded as moral equations. The simplest morality of the problem is that when you break the law either does not operate at all or it fights back at you. Thus, to do evil is to do contrary to the proper motion of the lawful purposes of things. To do wrong is to cross law in some way. And to cross law is to suffer. And suffer is punishment. Therefore, in nature, there is set up an absolute standard of right and wrong. And it is useless to assume that nature is amoral. It is not. It is moral because in the final analysis, morality is the use of energy. And the possibilities of use and abuse are clearly revealed in the very processes of using energy. It does not follow that you have to have a moral code of your own. It means that if you do not have such a code, your scientific process will reveal it through the very procedure you are following. And if for some reason you refuse to accept the moral implication of the experiment you are making, you will have an explosion in the laboratory, or something will go wrong, has it in your own security or the success of the experiment. So that there is this good-bad factor. Good in this case being the advancement or cooperation of law. Bad being the failure of this advancement and the conflict with law. Now, evidence is always present that in the conflict with law, man is conflicting with something so far beyond his understanding that he can never actually win. He can never change law, but law can always change him. In this battle, then, any attitude of his own which is inconsistent with the laws governing elements, substances, processes, values, any such inconsistency must lead to misfortune of some kind. The ancients, putting all these laws together, followed much in the concepts of Sir James Jeans and came to the conclusion that somewhere at the seat of life, in the universe, in the cosmos, in space, was what might be termed universal intelligence. Universal intelligence does not mean a conscious universal deity. It does not mean that there is someone out there pondering upon the imponderables of existence. It does not mean that there is someone who is moving the pieces of a cosmic chess game. What is really implied is a permeating universal intelligence, an intelligence that is everywhere, in everything, and of everything, an intelligence which refuses to permit non-intelligence to be victorious in nature, an intelligence which causes all things to do that which is best and proper for themselves, unless a counterintelligence exists. And this counterintelligence seems to exist in man, but it is too feeble to hazard the outcome. It is not possible for man to go against this larger intelligence. Science, of course, can take the attitude, and has taken the attitude, that what is termed this universal overintelligence is simply the habit of substances and processes. That these are habitual. Yet if we study the word habitual carefully enough, we will realize that habits, like every other substance in nature, are not self-creating. A habit, in order to exist, has to be cultivated in some way. A creature or a being has to do a certain thing a number of times repetitively before the habitual process sets in. Therefore, while it may appear at this time that laws are habits of space, we cannot assume necessarily from this that the habits themselves do not arise in some form of an intellectual or intelligible process. Man's habits certainly rise in the presence of his own intelligence, and there is no conflict between the concept of habit and the concept of intelligence, nor are they interchangeable terms. We must assume, consequently, that all the laws that operate in space bear witness to some kind of a legality, an orderliness, and that this orderliness is essentially constructive and purposed. That these laws also, relating to various elements, principles, processes, and conditions, are not brought into conflict with each other. And out of this vast pageantry of laws is brought the most completely harmonious instrument that we know, the cosmos. This does not mean that the cosmos never has an accident, but its rate is very low. For the most part, the cosmos is the most perfect integration of interrelated factors that we can possibly conceive. This must mean, therefore, that these laws progressing and expanding through space do not come into conflict with each other. Which brings us to another important thing. How is it possible for any mass of laws tossed into the seething cauldron of creation not to end in some kind of a witch's brew? How are we to explain that all these laws never conflict? We know that in a community in which we set up a few laws for mutual protection, these laws are always unjust to somebody. That the laws of a city may differ from those of a county, or of a state, or of the nation, bringing the most lamentable confusion. That the laws of various nations will permit a crime in one country and punish it in another. Also that these various laws require constant amendments due to the fact that experience proves they are inadequate. And the great legislator of today is the forgotten failure of tomorrow. All of our legislations, and we are conscious beings, presumably, end in confusion. We create too many laws and cannot enforce them. Our laws, as one of the Greeks said, are like spider webs which catch small insects, but through which the greater criminal breaks and escapes. How does it happen that this is not true in space? How can laws relating to innumerably different qualities, energies, forces, and substances all apparently work together in a splendid pageantry of cooperation? The answer was rather quickly discovered by the Greeks. The reason why universal laws never conflict is because there is only one. And all so-called divisions and specializations are merely adaptations of one principle. There is only one law, manifesting one power, one quality, and one condition. But this is broken up in the processes of creation like the light upon the spectrum, giving the appearance of manyness, but not coming in conflict because there is no conflict in the realities, only in the appearances. Thus all laws are complementary because their purpose is the same, and they arise within a structure which has an overpower to control them all. Now this overpower, again, is not the meddling finger of some arbitrary godling. The overpower is the totality, the unity of existence itself. Law, space, substance, mind. These are all names for one thing in different manifestations. The differences lie not in these things themselves ultimately, but in the differentiating power of the mind trying to study them. The differences lie in us, in other words, not in the objects of our attention. Our own interpretations, our own emphases, cause us, like musicians playing upon a magnificent instrument, to produce from this instrument only the melodies that we intend, even though it may be capable of performing in all melodies and all harmonies. But we do realize that the reason why the universe does not collide with itself and perish in space is simply because the laws that govern it are in no conflict with each other, and that conflict arises from a sense of separateness or a power of division at the root of things. And in nature, this division does not actually exist. What we call division is merely specialization within unity. This is one of the principles expounded in Pythagorean arithmetic. These laws, however, also deal with various levels, and those levels which are in themselves different cannot come into collision any more than different qualities of matter or energy will come into collision. Collision is almost always the meeting of similars, and that which is similar will collide with that with which it is similar. But the Greeks pointed out that if you fill a basin with rock, small pebbles, until it will hold no more, you can still pour into this basin a great deal of sand, because the sand, going into the spaces between the stones, because it is of different size units, does not come into any conflict with the stone. After you have the basin as full of sand as you can possibly fill it, you may then pour in several quarts of water. These quarts of water will be accepted and held in the basin because, again, they are different in quality from either the rock or the sand, and therefore can pass between the interstices of the sand. Thus we go on with various elements. Many things can be in the same place, fulfilling their own laws, as long as they are themselves of different qualities. There will be no conflict between them. Consequently, in nature, conflict is nearly always a thing resisting its own laws, whatever they may be. And such resistance is not common to be found in space itself. Space is forever moving with the magnificent sense of cooperation with things, rather than with a sense of competition. Assuming then now that we have a universe with all its laws, that we have recognized the possibility, as the ancients held, that this universe was eternal, that its laws were eternal, that its substances and essences were eternal, and its objectives are eternal, we are still now concerned to some degree with the relationship of the universe as consciousness to the universe as substance. Actually, substance and consciousness themselves are identical, but they represent two conditions of one eternal reality, or one eternal fact. These conditions are bridged by what the Gnosis calls emanations. The conditions of consciousness become more and more restricted, resulting in a descent of value. the elements of substance become more and more refined or attenuated or sublimated, causing an ascent of substance. And where consciousness descending and matter ascending finally meet, we have the point of junction, or the point of control, wherein consciousness regains its positive relationship to matter or substance. Let's try to understand a little more on this particular theme. Consciousness, as we use the term today, must exist in space, or man could not be a conscious creature. The thought processes that we use must also exist, potentially at least, in every atom of space, or man could not have them. Thus we are dealing with a universe potentially conscious, potentially intelligent, and potentially endowed with all feelings, emotions, and sensory perceptions. These must be in the seed of things, even if they have not grown. Man is by no means the only product of space, nor is he the noblest. Therefore, there is every reason to assume that long before his advent, other forms of life had achieved consciousness, had achieved intelligence, and had released emotional and psychic content. This would mean, then, that there have to be powers superior to man, possessing intelligence. What are these powers? Some of the scriptural writers, particularly St. Paul, refers to the hierarchs, the angels, archangels, thrones, dominions, principalities, and powers. These were regarded as great waves of superior life that had passed beyond our consciousness, but which belong to the same vast unfoldment of which we are a part. Science would not have had much luck trying to identify the archangelic hosts, but science is confronted with organisms or structures superior to man, which it has not been willing as yet to give much attention to in terms of consciousness. The most normal and immediate of these structures is a planet. Is a planet to be regarded as the production of an evolutionary process? We have our physical, astronomical interpretation of how planets come into being. But we are no more talking about planets in this respect than we are talking about men when we discuss the various developments of the fetus and the embryo. We are talking only about bodies. Science can explain bodies, but science is still having a very bad time trying to explain man as something separate from or superior to body. And many scientists have not yet made up their minds that man is separable from body. But science will admit that when the proper kind of a body is generated, something that passes for intelligence in humanity is also revealed or released. Perhaps we are a little optimistic as to the measure of this intelligence, but something capable of learning to read and write is produced, even though it may never be taught to read and write. That's another problem. Science, assuming, therefore, that a fortunate combination of processes produces a human body in which intelligence can develop, is in the presence of other fortunate combinations of elements from which planets have been produced. Now, planets cannot hardly be regarded merely as persons in the term that we use. But we have no reason or right to assume that intelligence depends utterly upon a peculiar type of structure which we denominate the genus Homo sapiens. there could be other kinds of creatures which could have intelligence as great as our own or even greater. If the intelligence of these other creatures was identical with our own, we would be able to interpret it. We would recognize it. And seeing something that thought the same way we did, we would say, here is another magnificent example of erudition. But if this other creature had a mentation process too low for us to estimate, we could not know it. Or if it was too high and went beyond the trivia with which we make up our intellectual lives, we would have also no way of recognizing it. If planets have intelligence, it is obvious their intelligence is not the same as that of man. Also, it is quite possible that many other creatures have intelligence. And the fact that these creatures are not favorably regarded by man as being subject to intellectual advancement does not change the possibility. For mentality can exist on different levels and planes. And an intelligence, for example, that is completely introverted, turned entirely within, might become a very great and luminous being. But man would have no way of estimating this unless the intelligence was released or reflected in common action which man understands. That is why Burbank was of the opinion that we underestimated plants, inasmuch as many of them have more sensory perceptions than man has. But their area of mentation is different, and that to us which is different is usually non-existent. Let us assume then that the intelligence of a planet is not the same as ours. That being a much vaster and more ancient organism and far more complex in its structure, we might assume that the planet was more highly evolved than an individual, and that therefore it might properly be appointed as the throne of a deity, as it was in Greece and Egypt, and even the star angels of the ancient Jews. If we want to say that a planet is more highly evolved, then all we are actually requiring to demonstrate this is a proof that the planet possesses superior intelligence. This proof is more or less forthcoming at any time we look for it. Actually, each planet has sustained its own evolutionary procedures. On each planet, forms of life develop. The lives of these developing species may extend into countless ages. Most recent investigation indicates that man has been here as a recognized species for at least 15 million years. Therefore, the earth produces from itself. Not only does it produce forms of life from itself, but it also radiates from its own nature electrical and magnetic fields which can likewise be estimated. And certain phases of electrical and magnetic activity can be determined or noted through the aurora borealis and the aurora australatus. These energy fields of the planet can only exist if the planet is alive. Nor can these energy fields be assumed to merely be an essence permeating the planet. For essences permeating the planet do not take upon themselves organized forms any more than essences permeating the human body, but in no way directly associated with it, could produce the specialized structure which we have in man. These essences have to be tied to a pattern, and they have to be evolving through a pattern in order to be effective or knowable or recognizable by us. I think then we must assume, and will ultimately prove to scientific satisfaction, that planets are beings, that they are, as Plato might have called them, huge animals crawling in space. Perhaps he was not as flattering as he should have been, because these are not just simply animals, they are godlings, if godlings can be seen. They represent tremendous centers of activity, mental and physical. Mental activity because the life on each planet is as methodically laid out as in space. Thus we must assume that a planet is a consciously obeying organism, that it is fulfilling law, that law is being released through it. Perhaps we would rather like to think of the planet as an unconscious obeying element or pattern, that like a flower, it is merely fulfilling its natural destiny. But we have no way of knowing that the flower does not have an intelligence. It is only that it does not parallel or come within the experience of our minds. Investigations in India have shown that plants can experience fear even in physical terms. Therefore, our idealist ancestors, who are not desperately trying to kill everything in space as the basis of scientific exactitude, were quite willing to assume that planets were beings, that these beings, like the human body, sustained an infinite diversity of life, permeating them and upon their surface, that these forms of life are all provided for by energies released from the earth, and that this balance of energy is maintained by bringing the living things upon a planet into an harmonious balance between earth energy and solar energy. That in the development of creatures, therefore, the great Mother Earth was a fertile area for production, and from this fertility the seeds in the consciousness of the earth principle were released, and as the earth entity came into embodiment in the planet, it released also into embodiment all the seminal lives which it carried with it from previous embodiment. If the earth can be regarded as some kind of an intelligent organism, then we can see how earth processes, when allowed to fulfill themselves in an orderly manner, may be regarded as adequate. That just as surely as man disobeys the rules of nature, which in this case would be the earth-planet factor, he becomes confused and sick. That the earth, therefore, has its own way of revealing or administering the laws which are part of the universe itself. Planets, in a way, are embryo suns. Other forms are developing in space which will gradually become great centers of solar power. And the suns, in turn, must be regarded as intelligent, or intellectually moved or dominated in some way. The planet is a center for the dissemination of intelligence. The sun is a greater center for the dissemination of intelligence. All of the great central focal points, even beyond the vast categories of constellations and the Milky Way, are immense areas for the release of intellectual or intelligible power. The Greeks preferred to think of the solar power as intelligible. Actually, this intellect, this mind, this thought consciousness power is inherent within the radiance of suns. And this radiance, in turn, permeating planets, is reinterpreted through the planet as the wisdom of the elder is reinterpreted in the education of the child. Therefore, planets are children to the parent sun, which acts not only as parent but as teacher, continually radiating energy with indwelling intelligence, by means of which energy, by the way, naturally resists the misuse of itself. While it is not always able to prevent abuse, energy itself fights against abuse, providing every possible means of right usage and immediately punishing abuse with some form of a disaster. The next point that we have to bear in mind, perhaps, is that from all these various centers of consciousness, light, life, power, force, energy are moving, and that these are all interchangeable terms signifying the same principle in different levels of manifestation. Therefore, in every level of manifestation, intellect is present, but specialized in different ways. In every level of manifestation, consciousness is present, but is differentiated variously. In those forms of life which are not yet capable of maintaining an organized consciousness, we find this conscious principle working apparently upon and through form by means of instinct. Various minute microorganisms fulfill the laws of their being, although we can find no evidence in them of any central nervous system or any mental structure. We know, for example, that creatures without any vestige of a brain, so far as we can discover, are capable of at least rudimentary mentation. That these creatures that have no brain, no way, as far as we can tell, of knowing anything, no sensory perceptions by our standard, can still become aware of food and will draw themselves or move themselves relentlessly towards this supply, and will in many instances show extraordinary skill in the capturing of the necessities of life. Thus, that which has not any eyes can apparently be aware of food. That which has no mind can scheme a way to get it. We have to have only one answer to this, that the mind and these sensory perceptions are there, but on a different level from ours. And if the level is different, there is no need for the clumsy process of building brain the way that we do. This is a peculiar process necessary to our own species, but in no manner demonstrating the ultimate of the intellectual release. Laws also follow in the line of consciousness, and through planets and suns, laws are released by light itself. This perhaps is the explanation of the great Buddhist deity, the Virokana Buddha. This, or Dainichi Nyori, is the great cosmic abstraction. It is the ultimate conceivable form of a rational being, beyond which we can imagine only the darkness of unconditioned space. Dainichi is the last conceivable shadow, the immensity which cannot be further increased without becoming unintelligible. This great cosmic power is the supporter and sustainer of all things through itself. And the manifestations of every conceivable level of existence are sustained by the energy, the great sun or solar energy, the cosmic solar energy of Dainichi Nyori. The being, obviously, is hypothetical, symbolical, metaphysical. But the principle for which it stands has strong scientific possibilities. For it simply means that somewhere in the infinitudes of space is the master pattern from which universal and cosmic systems evolve, within each in its turn lesser systems, until we proceed downward from the greatest imaginable cosmic organism to the least conceivable cosmic organism, only hypothetically knowable even in the presence of the most powerful electronic microscope. We have then the infinitely great and the infinitely small bound together, all being expression of one process. This one process having as its root and substance cosmic consciousness. Just how we shall define this cosmic consciousness is also a little troublesome. A number of years ago, we had quite an epidemic of it among metaphysicians. Nearly anyone could have cosmic consciousness in 3 easy lessons. There seems to have been a little shortage of the complete result, but everyone was hopeful. Actually, cosmic consciousness is something that we cannot rationally conceive. If we can achieve to it at all, it can only be by a direct experience of consciousness, which might be termed a mystical experience. But this mystical experience available to man could only be one of the lesser reflections of the great pattern itself. Cosmic consciousness cannot be directly experienced. It can only be symbolically experienced through the contemplation of the cosmos. In other words, if there is anywhere a form capable of bringing the cosmic consciousness within the conception of man, that form is the cosmos. This is the great mandala. This is the universal symbol by which man may sense but not understand the measure of the universal consciousness itself. Man may recognize aspects of it, but he cannot possibly experience the totality of that experience which projects worlds into existence. Science is divided, philosophy has been divided at times, as to the nature of this consciousness. Some skeptics have said, are we simply fooling ourselves? Is this so-called cosmic consciousness merely a term that we have invented to explain a mechanism that we cannot understand? The question to them, of course, is, does the universe require this basic consciousness? does it require anything except a perpetual motion machine, an instrumentality which can propagate itself forever without any need for a sovereign intellect. This is a persuasive argument inasmuch as it also makes further thinking on the subject unnecessary, and very few people want to think if they can possibly avoid it. But actually it does not solve very much. Cosmic consciousness is a necessity for one reason only: that man is conscious. If there is not some kind of consciousness superior to man, where did his come from? And this offers no solution to the scientific riddle. If the scientist wishes to say that consciousness in man is simply the product of the evolution process, in which he is gradually building instruments capable of producing consciousness, which does not exist until the instrument is available, then the scientist must settle down to try to figure out how many more conscious manifestations have preceded man, and consequently how much superior material is available for the production of consciousness than is found in the constitution of man. If evolution has been forever, in other words, consciousness must have arisen before man, or it could not have arisen in man, just as surely as it must arise in man if it is to arise later in some other form of life. So consciousness, being something we possess, puts us in the same dilemma as the architect who stood looking at the Pyramid of Giza. He shook his head sadly and said, "If I hadn't seen it, I would deny its existence." It's just not possible. But having seen it, the architect was on the horns of a dilemma. He could not deny it. This is much the developing position of science. It is no longer possible to categorically deny consciousness unless we wish to affirm that we have a consciousness ourselves capable of denying it in something else, and to assume that we are the only creature in the infinitudes of time which have produced the endless pageantry of the cosmos, that man and man alone has reached the degree by which he can be aware of his own existence. This is a little too arrogant even for the average scientist to contemplate. He is forced to reorganize his thinking. But if we will assume for a moment that this consciousness in things arises from a consciousness in all things, then we can also realize that from this consciousness arose what Pythagoras called the law of mathematical sequences. In other words, consciousness is necessary to produce patterns which can only be evaluated in terms of consciousness. If a pattern is obviously the production of consciousness, can only be discovered by the extension or education of consciousness, then we are dealing with a factor which is difficult to depreciate. We are confronted with the simple inevitable that consciousness itself must be at the root of all these conscious processes which have within themselves a sense of alive value. Mathematics, for example, which with all its phases and all its departments must be regarded as something so profoundly intricate that it could only have been produced by an intellect superior to itself. Man has not even begun to explore the profundities of mathematics. And we cannot say that geometry has evolved by merely tossing together a series of unrelated accidents. Mathematics alone demonstrates the absolute order of existence, and mathematical procedures and processes and instruments used as we have used them in atomic research to carry on beyond the power of the human mind, so that we have to depend entirely upon formulas which operate, although they cannot be interpreted in terms of human experience. We have to assume that man in the next 100 years or the next 500 years will penetrate still further into the mystery of mathematics. To do this, he must use his conscious faculties. And he can gain his own knowledge only by the increase of these faculties. We must come to the conclusion, then, that any problem which consciousness alone can solve, and which solved proves to be an absolutely orderly procedure, that such a process can come into existence itself only by consciousness. There is no other way in which it can come into existence. So we are using consciousness, in a sense, our own consciousness, as a net to capture universal consciousness. If we could capture universal consciousness with plain stubbornness, we would use that. If we could convince ourselves beyond all doubt that there were no universal processes, we would also follow that as a line of least resistance. If we could conquer universal procedure with our appetites, our emotions, or our sensations, we would use those. But we cannot. The only way that we can investigate the universe around us is through the use of the highest faculty that we possess, the conscious mind. The answer has to be that the thing which we are investigating was the production of a mind no less than that which is required to discover it on our part. So cosmic consciousness is more or less justified irrationally by the evidence which arises from its own existence. In mysticism, man himself has always sought to some way penetrate the purposes of deity. He has always desired to know the will of God. Religions have been created on the basis that they were revelations to sages, saints, patriarchs, prophets, by which the will of deity was made known. Nearly all of these so-called religious revelations have been moral systems. Moral systems being based upon the great primary experience of living things. The experience of the consequences of coming into conflict with natural law. Thus, what these religions actually tell us is the rule of the game by which we have to live. The reason for the rule it cannot give us. And where the rule originated, it can only arbitrarily declare that these rules originated in the mind of God. Actually, cosmic consciousness, as sensed in India, particularly in the yogic schools, was not merely a central consciousness, not merely the mind of a being somewhere in space. Cosmic consciousness was an enveloping immediate value. Cosmic consciousness is in every atom. The true and full consciousness of the universal purpose is closer to us than ourselves at all times. The only difficulty is that we are unable to tune into it or to adjust our own finite faculties as we might adjust an aerial on a television to pick up certain stations. What we are trying to do is tune in cosmic consciousness. But when we attempt this, we always seem to tune in something else. Actually, we are tuning in merely conditions of it. But the full and total experience of it is beyond us because we lack the faculties with which to estimate that which is utterly transcendent. In the Buddhist philosophy, of course, we have the same essential problem. For cosmic consciousness, in this case, is substituted the principal consciousness or energy of the Virokana Buddha. All things live by virtue of this cosmic power in perpetual meditation. Functioning from the Dharma Rupa, or body of the law, this consciousness of the Virokana Buddha remains forever in the contemplation of the infinite purpose, remaining, so to say, eternally introverted, in a state of absorption in nirvana or samadhi, universal consciousness knowing. The idea in this system, of course, the esoteric Buddhism of the Shingon and the Tantra, is that the individual, the human being, seeking to achieve cosmic consciousness by some methodology, comes the nearest to it by the realization that pure consciousness is that which is separate from and entirely different from any type of consciousness that we know. Pure consciousness, then must be experienced only when all conditioned consciousness is suspended. Most persons attempting to suspend conditioned consciousness either go to sleep or become obsessed by the psyche in their own subconscious. When the individual doesn't try to be anything, he is unfortunately only himself, and this does not serve the purpose. When the individual does not try to be good, he simply succeeds in not being good, that's all. Nothing is clarified, because the individual's subconscious, upon which he must depend for quietude, is too toxic to permit quietude to arise. All he gets is negation, not quietude. Theoretically, however, if the individual is able to actually escape from all the conditions which personal consciousness impose upon him, he can achieve pure insight. And this pure insight is the nearest that can come to man of the consciousness of the meditating Dainichi Naori. It is the highest type of samadhi. It is the achievement of the experience of the all-conscious apart from all conditioned consciousness. But of course, most of all, it is this unconditioned, ever capable of being conditioned by the rising of the will within the meditating deity. In other words, this deity, Dainichi, can at any time cause any kind of consciousness to arise, because total consciousness can release from itself, according to will and yoga, that which is required. The individual, however, has no such immediate capacity, but he is capable of sensing a kind of all consciousness that is not particularly conscious of one thing. The mystic, in his illuminations and in his visions and in his ecstasies, usually experiences universal consciousness merely as a tremendous internal exhilaration. It is sudden release. It is the emergence of the individual from some dark and heavy region into an airy and wonderful realm of light and peace and beauty and happiness. In this experience, the mystic has the inward sense of all-knowing. But this sense is expressed only in the experience of God loving. It would seem to the being in the mystical experience that he could play a piano or a violin if he had never touched the instruments before. He would have the power to play them within himself. But if he wanted to play the physical instruments, he would have to learn as the same way anyone else would have to learn. Cosmic consciousness does not skill the body. Rather, it becomes an ornament and a vital moving force for the body which has already skilled itself. There is no substitute for the struggle to gain mastery of body, emotion, and thought. But in this experience of cosmic consciousness, the individual has the sense, a strange, perhaps impossible, over-recognition of the unities of life, of the tremendous realities of things. Antagonisms, separatenesses of all kinds fade away. There remains only the sense of the profound accord between all of the parts of life, the experience of being one with the universal consciousness itself. And this universal experience is as though consciousness was a great sea or ocean, permeating all things. And in Buddhism, the individual attains this in the mantram as the dewdrop falls back into the shining sea. The individual becomes one again with the eternal. This type of consciousness, if man can even sense it, suddenly unfolds for him the entire pattern of the universe. He realizes that the essential universe is consciousness, that all of the appearances and forms that we see are merely, as Plotinus calls them, the effulgent blossoms suspended from the divine nature. That everything actually is a mystery in consciousness, forever moving towards the destinies which lie hidden within its own depths. Man, sensing something of this, then is able to understand, at least in a measure, how all laws, all principles, all processes can be within consciousness. That just as surely as every physical substance necessary for the creation of worlds must be in what we are likely to call empty space, so every spiritual need must be met and sustained and supported from the more abstract spiritual kind of vacuum which materialists assume to be all that extends beyond matter. We have to assume, therefore, that this invisible, intangible thing, which we call spirit or consciousness, is absolutely the source of all tangible, manifested existences. That in it is not only consciousness, but the root of all substances. That just as surely as this vast sea of consciousness extends invisibly, within the bottom somewhere hidden in this sea are rocks and mountains and stones. Everything that exists has to come into manifestation from this thing which seems to be empty. Also, from this same process must flow out all of the laws which are like the currents of an ocean, currents by means of which all of the processes of creation are carried out. The wise men follow the currents and are carried by these currents in their little ships to safe harbors. Those who try too hard to steer themselves in unknown seas often end on the rocks. But whatever be the procedure or analogy we wish to use, we have to sense that all the laws likewise emerge from these basic processes. Now, one more law that we can perhaps give a thought to at this time is the great law of evolutionary process. Evolution is the impulse behind the ideation or release of the potentials of processes of growth. Evolution, therefore, actually is a motion of a thing toward its ultimate, toward that which is forever next. And in this case, the next must always be better than that which precedes it. Evolution is then the unfolding of life. But evolution is also the reuniting of consciousness. Just as surely as growth seems to unfold the beauty of the individual part as several flowers magnificently evolving their blossoms, so growth likewise is the process of bringing the consciousness of these forms back into a state of unity. Therefore, all evolution is toward unity. All evolution is toward the rescuing of existences from the illusion of separateness resulting from inadequate power of inward discernment or discrimination. Evolution is the release and improvements of those faculties by which the identity of life can be comprehended. The instruments by means of which evolution is advanced are the two doctrines of rebirth and karma. Rebirth applies not only to man, but to planets, to suns, to every type of life, because rebirth is simply a law of cyclic process. All forms, due to the fact that they are artificial compounds, they are space itself or consciousness itself curdled into a temporary organism. This temporary organism is not the true and proper owner of this space from which it fashions an instrument. Therefore, it must come to this instrument and depart from it. During the process of investment with this instrument, the consciousness gains manifestation on some level of manifestation. Having achieved a certain measure of manifestation, it must retire again and build a new instrument. Thus, the doctrine of rebirth applies to suns and cosmic suns and universal systems. A man trying to understand himself has tried to orient his own place in the larger pattern of universal activity. This has perhaps led to a kind of escape mechanism which we do observe also in the pages of history. One of the best ways to get our minds off of the small and immediate business of self-improvement is to become absorbed in some cosmic scheme. It is so easy for us to enjoy a kind of intellectual gymnastics in which the mind becomes greatly intrigued with its own findings and keeps on exploring perhaps not the facts of things, but its own capacities in application to world knowledge. We do, however, find that there are certain archetypal thoughts that we cannot actually trace to any one source. They seem to have descended to us, perhaps at first in very simple form, from the first imaginings, the first speculations, the first intuitions of primitive mankind, always confronted by and surrounded by the unknown. Man has tried to conquer it in every way that he could. On the physical plane of things, he has achieved considerable, but in the abstract realms, mystery has still conquered him. This evening we want to summarize in some simple pattern those kingdoms of nature which seem to share with us the habitation of this planet. Looking out from the centers of awareness in our own natures, we are aware of a world. We are aware that this world is full of living things, that these living things are by nature and substance magnificent. Some of them are antithetical to ourselves. We have to struggle against them. Primitive man against the great beasts of the world in which he lived. Modern man against microorganisms, weed, and devil grass. But although some things do not seem very friendly, each of the forms of life that we can study is a wonder world of its own. It is easy to understand why enthusiastic, sensitive human beings have devoted their entire lives to some one small type of growing thing. Huge books have been written about ferns and lichens. Man has never ceased to wonder at the order, the mathematical precision, and yet the wonderful dramatic flair that is present everywhere in nature. He has tried to moralize upon natural things, and we have had ages of fables like Aesop's and Fontaine's, where man invested other creatures with human attributes, not only to understand those creatures, but perhaps through their native habits to understand himself a little better, as he recognized these same habits in his own life. But however we wish to approach this particular phase of the subject, we do acknowledge that this world, this earth, this little bit of land we call our own, is truly a garden of wonders, and that here we see truly an infinite unfoldment of infinite life. Even today, on the level of our hyper-intellectualism, however, we have overlooked one point, which it seems to me is valid and has been recognized long before our own time. This point is that what we see is limited by our own sensory perceptions. We are looking out at nature, but we are not seeing all of it. This we have to generally acknowledge. We are not only limited as to how much we can see of certain things, but we are limited by the total band of our sensory perceptions. Anything that is outside of our own faculty, power to discern, simply does not exist. Sometimes some evidence of other things may come to our attention, as occasionally a mariner at sea will discover some form of life from far below the surface that has come to the surface either in death or in some phenomenal circumstance. Actually, however, we are limited to organisms composed of materials which we can comprehend, which we can contact in some way through the sensory perceptions which we possess. Another point that I think is rather valid and important is that when we are trying to understand our own sensory functions and reach the extremities or the boundaries of our sensory faculties, we seem to come not to a blur but to a hard line of demarcation. It would seem as though some kind of a wall exists beyond our sensory contacts. Things do not seem to drift on into the invisible. They seem to have sharp boundaries, and we pass from that which we can see very clearly almost immediately to that which we cannot see at all. There is no twilight zone here of things partly within our sensory perceptions and partly outside. This is true at both ends of this gamut of perceptive power. At the lower end, we pass down into the mineral kingdoms and perhaps a wee bit further. And then suddenly we are in the midst of the invisible. As we ascend, we go through the estate of man, the highest creature that we are able to actually cognize. And immediately beyond man again is the unknown. We are not able to see the trailing robes of some superior order. They remain invisible. Man, however, has developed certain extra faculties, and under some special conditions, these seem to reveal a little more than our ordinary perceptions would include. But what these extrasensory perceptions seem to mostly do is to reveal a little more about the things which we already see. Perhaps, for example, we can observe the magnetic fields of bodies. We have already seen the bodies. We see just a little more of the energies which maintain them, energies which we have long assumed to exist, because even from the beginning there were these persons with extrasensory faculties which gave record or reported these things. They were not always believed in their own time, but the tradition lingers, and as we come to a more adequate knowledge in our present day, we are confirming far more of antiquity than we are disproving. But we are in a world in which, for practical purposes, we see about us four essential kingdoms, and the Paracelsians and the Greeks, some of the Asiatic peoples, related these kingdoms to the elements and gave us the general arrangement that there are apparent to us in this world four ascending orders of organic structural life. The lowest of these, we sometimes question whether it is organic or not, but at least it is visible. It is an integration. It is a compound. And from this compound, we can gain certain insight because we can see it. We can touch it. We can know it by such faculties as we possess. Therefore, the lowest of our kingdoms is the mineral. And above the mineral is the plant. Above the plant, the animal. And above the animal, man. We make this differentiation not without certain arbitrary consistency. There is certainly a clear distinction between minerals and plants. There are, however, forms of life that seem to act as bridges between these, such as the lichen, where we seem to see growing minerals. And the Paracelsians tell us that all the elements in the earth are growing minerals, but their growth is so slow that we are unable to notice it. But this growth is responsible for the vein-like structures of minerals in the earth. Between the plant and the animal, there is also a fairly clear line of obvious demarcation. The animal has additional faculties, powers, sensitivities, which we are not able to see in plants. Yet again, there are plants that seem to be developing nervous systems and organisms. We know, for instance, the flycatcher plant, which not only moves, but lives upon animal or insect food. We also realize that there are other forms of plants, like the sensitive plant, capable of motion. Many different links seem to bind these worlds together also, but the realms themselves are comparatively clearly marked. Then between animal and man, there seems to be a greater kinship and still a clear line of demarcation. Some would like to assume that man is but a highly cultivated anthropoid. If they so wish to assume, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. But there seems to be some doubt about this, that actually there is a difference, perhaps more in quality than in appearance, more in psyche than in material structure. But certainly there is a clear distinction between animal and man. And in the animal world in general, we group together other orders of life, as insects and birds and fishes. We group them together, considering most of them as in some way related to the animal kingdom. Then we place over this kingdom man. We might want to say that he is part of the animal world because he is a mammal. We might want to say that he is merely a beast on his hind legs, and some certainly seem to support this point of view. But all in all, man seems to be a creature peculiarly possessed or obsessed by a kind of mental force, a mental principle. Man is certainly the only animal that actually measures the duration of its own life. Man is the only animal probably that kills for pleasure. Man is the only animal that can worry about the future or regret the past. Man is the only animal also that has to be educated because its natural instincts have failed. Thus man seems to have a uniqueness about him, and some people like to assume that the simian is a kind of link between the animal and the man, even as the various lichens are links between the mineral and the vegetable kingdoms. So we finally come to this point where man seems to stand upon the apex of this way of life. We don't see anything beyond man, and even if we think we're going to have a visitor from Mars, he turns out to look very much like us. So that with the exception of certain possible overtones, we see very little beyond the human state. Visibly, our faculties seem to go no further. We are not able to actually see a form of life superior to man, except in the large, abstract, astronomical sense, in which we can see suns and planets and luminaries, which perhaps in many ways belong to a race of giants in the sky. But man has become the boundary of our faculties. because it is only with our own humanity that we judge, and we can judge only our own humanity or those degrees or steps which led directly to it, which we call the other kingdoms of nature. But when we study man, we have to move now into another dimension, because that which makes man man and separates him from the beast is not visible. We cannot reach our understanding of this part of the problem simply by following the old patterns of natural history. We have to look for something else. And it has gradually come to our realization that man must be approached as a mental pattern, that it is by his mind that we are able to discover what we can know about him. Certainly, we can understand his body by dissection. We can understand many of his physical propensities by reference to other kingdoms. But the man himself is a different kind of being. As soon as we begin to explore this a little further, we make an interesting discovery that all human beings are not alike. Now, in this, we are not referring to racial differentiations. We are referring to a kind of psychological difference. And our classical philosopher friends of long ago found it convenient, finally, to divide humanity itself into three orders, different levels or grades or subdivisions within man himself. The precedence for this is also to be found in other kingdoms of nature. There is more than one level of mineral life, more than one level of vegetable life, and certainly more than one level of animal life. We know that these differences exist in visible structure. Now we are forced to examine them in psychological structure. And in this search into the nature of man, we divide him inevitably into three types of humanity. We can say that one of these types is the human man. Another type is the animal man. And the third type is the spiritual or divine man. These all look alike, perhaps some differences, noticeable in organic quality or structure. And these differences may also be marked upon the lineaments of the face. We find that different levels of consciousness seem to shine out. But this shine is itself a rather psychological situation about which we are not too sure in terms of physical facts. But we do recognize these three types of human beings. We find one type of human being that lives and dies essentially on a level of animal existence. And what is animal existence in this case? It is a condition perfectly right and proper to animals, but not right and proper to the best in man. Such animal man, if we can so differentiate him, is therefore one in whom the animal propensities predominate and dominate the life. The animal man is the individual who lives for the gratification of appetite. The animal man is the person who lives fully for the fulfillment of creature comforts. The animal man is also the hunter. He is the prowler. He is the creature ever struggling to live. We like to think of man as having human attributes of a kind. When man becomes obviously cruel, we tie him to the cruelty of lower kingdoms. Now, these kingdoms may not actually be cruel, but to us they are. We see the cat playing with the mouse, and to us this is cruelty. And when we see a human being playing with the life or soul or consciousness of another human being, we call this cruelty. So we observe that there is the animal man, whose expressions, motivations, and attitudes and efforts are limited almost entirely to the level of appetites. Then we distinguish the human man. The human man is the one who is making a reasonably adequate use of the essential faculties of his own humanity. In other words, the animal man is the man of appetite, the human man is the man of thoughtfulness. Thoughtfulness does not necessarily mean great scholarliness. Thoughtfulness is simply the use of the mind for the normal purpose of regulating the life into a constructive pattern. The human man uses his thoughts to ensure the protection of his loved ones, the securities of his own values. He uses his faculties as constructively as he knows how. He has certain aspirations, certain convictions. He is above the corruption of his own code. He will not do those things which cause him to degrade his own humanity. The third kind of man is the divine man. This was the hero of the ancient Greeks and of other Nordic peoples. The divine man represents the highest aspiration of human endeavor, as this is exemplified in the conduct of human beings. The divine man is the great teacher, the sage, the saint, the wise man, the great creative artist, the musician. He is the person whose faculties seem to transcend the ordinary humanity of things. He seems to have skills greater than can reasonably be expected. But perhaps the faculties which most distinguish him are creativity and intuition. These faculties surely indicate that he has developed something beyond the creature comforts or daily needs or traditional patterns of human life. The ancients realized that there were, therefore, these three kinds of persons, and from this they began to contemplate and did clearly differentiate three distinct patterns of mental activity. These patterns of mental activity ascended until finally they reached their highest expression in what we might term the God-man, or the God-man concept. Probably we haven't seen very many God-men walk upon the earth, although we are told that they did in days long gone by. But we do sense that genius, that specialization, that the infinite wisdom and compassion and insight of man can be hypothetically assumed to reach a final state of excellence, in which all that is possible for man to accomplish in his humanity is accomplished by him. We then say, what lies beyond this? We have carried man to the highest point we know. We have already discovered that the thing that makes him man is no longer visible. So we begin to wonder what might lie beyond him. Are there other orders of life that can truly be said to have existence? Are there more kingdoms? And in mysticism and in the sacred scriptures of most peoples, the implications of other kingdoms are rather clearly noted. We hear, for example, of angelic beings, invisible, but evidently assumed to exist somewhere in the mysterious depths of intangible space. Then we proceed to the archangelic hosts, a still higher, more exalted order of life, referred to by St. Paul. We then can go on to other orders, still more exalted, thrones, dominions, principalities, seraphim, all types of mysterious names for something that transcends our sensory perception. The philosophers came to the very simple solution that what we see of the kingdoms of nature are the visible rungs of a ladder, and that these rungs continue to ascend behind the clouds which obscure our sensory perception, and that all these rungs or levels together represent a great theater of evolutionary process, that just as surely as we can trace growth from the least to the most of visible things, so this growth goes on and on into higher orders that we do not have the faculty to perceive. The philosophic thought about this is rather clear if we wish to rationalize it, namely that what we do see cannot exist without the presence of other things we do not see. The visible cannot be suspended in a vacuum. The visible is obviously a part of something. It is as though we saw the trunk of a tree, but we cannot see the branches or the roots. Yet the trunk of the tree requires that the root be there, whether we know it or not. And the trunk of the tree also implies that the branches will also be there above, although we cannot see them. For without the root and the branch, the trunk of the tree has no purpose for its own existence. This type of thinking was used in ancient times. Now, an interesting parallel speculation relating to this is to go to the lower end of our ladder and try to determine, if we can, what lies beneath the mineral levels. The moment we begin to think in terms of this, our physical perceptions and our mathematical skills begin to break up matter into invisible units which finally become units of energy. Thus we assume that all things physically less than the mineral are to be determined by still more elementary compounds, until in some hypothetical point in the remote distance of belowness we come finally to the common denominator of everything, life itself. So the physicist and the physical thinker is simply prepared to allow that the mystery of growth extends downward into forms that we cannot fully or truly see, or which we can recognize only as parts of higher organisms, until at last nothing remains but a mathematical formula which can be diagrammed but which cannot directly be contemplated in its substance or its reality by any faculty that we possess, even with the aid of the most powerful microscopes and other scientific instruments. The ancients had a little different attitude about this. They contemplated the possibility that these lower kingdoms actually were also orders of entities, that they represented kingdoms of growing things, of which the mineral was a summit for them, just as man is a summit for the visible patterns of evolution. To understand this, we must approach our problem in another way, and that is to try to determine what constitutes aliveness, what constitutes the moving consciousness of things, as these things become less and less obvious to our sensory perception. We can take one that is comparatively simple for our present purpose and use it as a key to all the others. What about the mineral? Minerals, gems, metals, and other mysterious substances, elements within the structure of the physical matter of Earth. What do these formations have in the term of consciousness? We contemplate them. We say to ourselves, they do not move. Therefore, they do not have plant consciousness as we understand it. We are not yet ready entirely to accept the Paracelsian theory that they grow, but we must come to this perhaps. Certainly, they share with the plant kingdom a magnificent coloration. There are all kinds of wonderful colors hidden in the earth. They also have some kind of participation in the great geometry of existence. For many of them, particularly crystals, in their fission show regular mathematical progressions of forms. These same minerals do not have voice. They do not have digestive systems. They do not have any of the general faculties that we know of animals. We sense no emotion and no passion in them. So we go on and we say also they are lacking the human faculties. We have no proof that minerals can think. We have no actual proof, however, of very much of anything about minerals, except their forms and their colors and such organizations of them as we may make in mineralogy for our own satisfaction. Suppose we say to ourselves now, are there other dimensions of consciousness different from our own? Man, growing up through these kingdoms, has been objectifying certain consciousness faculties. He has gradually built an instrument capable of maintaining human consciousness. Suppose we say to ourselves, where was this consciousness before these bodies were built? Did consciousness, as the material scientist would like to suggest, simply result from growth? And if consciousness resulted from growth, what directed growth? We must either assume that there is some law or pattern superior to growth, or else growth itself becomes pretty much of an impossibility. What is the nature of this growing something that bursts through all of the kingdoms of nature? What is this life that is struggling upward by this great evolutionary process? What is this power that is building ever nobler mansions for its soul? This is a good question, but not a popular one at the moment. For even after all this time, these ages of thought and speculation, we have no valid answer that can be accepted by the scientifically trained person. He will not accept reason, no matter how reasonable it may be, but he may have to someday, because there is no other approach to this problem unless man can break through the barriers of faculty limitation which he now possesses. Suppose we would like to say for a moment that consciousness is not only growing upward, but is moving outward or across a line between subjectivity and objectivity. That consciousness itself, in the process of moving into embodiment, moves from a certain place to a certain place, and that in this motion, consciousness itself passes through changes or modifications. The philosophers of old liked to assume that there was an archetypal consciousness that made up as a unit, as a total pattern of itself, the so-called seven kingdoms of nature. This archetypal consciousness was one being, moving into embodiment through seven levels or steps. And that what we call evolution is the evolution of the essential consciousness of the earth itself through the various stages and levels of which both the mineral and the man are manifestations. If this consciousness per se has an existence apart from body, this of course is the great moot question. If this consciousness has an existence apart from body, then by some circumstance, purpose, will, or law, it moves into embodiment, taking upon itself a body as though by a quickening, coming into manifestation gradually through the unfoldment of its own faculties and powers, each of which, as it unfolds, provides itself with an instrument suitable for that unfoldment. Under such conditions, the mineral is the mineral state of that consciousness. The plant is the plant state of that consciousness. The animal state. Man, the human state. And beyond this, the other states of that consciousness are simply beyond the grasp of humanity, but must certainly also exist. that there must be conditions superior to man seems to have been generally conceded. One of the evidences being that man can slowly, surely, and by a long and painful process become superior to himself. Therefore, there must be a superior condition into which he can move. The next situation that becomes perhaps a little interesting to us is to try to understand the kingdoms of nature in reference to the planet itself. Most of the Oriental peoples and many of the classical philosophers took it for granted that the planet Earth was alive. They were not inclined to agree with the medieval theologians that it was merely a footstool shoved under man to prevent him from falling indefinitely. It seemed rather to them that the planet was a being, a living thing. And because it was alive, even though, as we suggested before, it might be considered an embryo, still not fully born, but because it is alive, it is able to support life. And because it is alive, it is also capable of unfolding the conditions of life itself. So the ancients had the tendency to assume that the planet was a living organism, and that this organism consisted of a series of energy fields, or invisible parts of itself, plus a visible part. The invisible parts were called planes, and these planes represented nothing more nor less than the magnetic field of the planet itself. And the ancient Tibetan mystics assumed that the planet was to be defined as 7 within and 7 without. The crust of the planet, its surface, therefore was the lowest of 7 rings that descended to the archezoic core of the planet itself. Thus the planet had beneath its surface a kind of solar system. And this solar system became more and more powerful, more and more positive, as it retired from the surface down toward the center, so that the highest vibration of the earth was in its center and the lowest in its circumference. Thus the surface of the earth was the outer body, or the epidermis, of a great living organism. The organs of this being, its various functions, being controlled by a septenary of powers within the earth itself. This septenary being composed of magnetic centers that correspond very closely to the planets in the orbit of their orbits in a solar system. The 7 arches of Enoch in the Bible, which led down, and in the midst thereof was the mysterious altar bearing the golden daughter of Melchizedek. This, perhaps, was an ancient way of indicating the subterranean region. The initiation rites of ancient people were mostly given under the earth in caverns, and these caverns were often arranged like the Saptapana cave in India, where Buddha is said to have initiated his disciples. These subterranean regions, therefore, represented the inner structure or life of the planetary lord. And in the mysterious core of this planetary structure was seated, as in the heart, the final power of the planetary logos. From the surface of the earth outward, there was another manifestation, the radiant auric field, which emanated from the surface of the earth, from the planetary power within. This radiating field had its lowest level where it joined the earth's surface, in its most exalted region in the circumference or outer area. And this magnetic field or aura was also stratified and had symbolic colors assigned to it, but not the colors that we can see with our eyes. So just as the human body has its own magnetic centers within and its auric field enveloping it, so the planet was similarly constructed. The ancients further then declared that the involutionary process consisted of the descent of organized life germs, the peculiar seed carried by the planetary power in the formation of its own planet, that these seed, falling gradually through the magnetic field outside of the earth, finally descended to the earth itself. At the same time, from the core within the earth, another process was also moving. The earth was constantly producing from within itself the ascending orders of bodies. The earth was providing from its outer magnetic field a descending order of lives. And these lives were soon to ultimately become embodied. And the meetings of these lives and their bodies became very, very important. In the course of incarnating, these seed lives created first these etheric or energy spindles, as they are referred to even now in cell fission. The mineral, for example, contained the lowest form body, and was associated, therefore, by the least amount of vehicle contact with the entity that was to ensoul it. Thus it was that the original mineral magnetic energy moved upward, producing a series of bodies. The mineral gradually assumed the power of the plant. The plant assumed the propensities of the animal, and the animal gradually evolved into the form of man. At the same time that this procedure was taking place, entities themselves seeking embodiment were descending into union with these forms and creating bridges between themselves and these forms when the form was not strong enough or evolved enough to permit a full manifestation of the being. This is supposed in ancient times to be the secret of man, because man is the lowest form of body in which there can be a true or complete union of an incarnating power with its body. Man, therefore, is the lowest of the creations of the solar system, in which its own spiritual germ can be incarnated. In all lower kingdoms, this germ must remain in the magnetic body fields of these creatures. It cannot enter into the body itself. The body is not able to maintain it. Therefore, in the lower kingdoms, the consciousness works upon the body. But in man, which is the lowest kingdom to be ensouled, the consciousness at quickening enters into the body and works through it. Now this presents us with a rather interesting pattern, for it begins to give us a suspicion that other kingdoms of nature are not without consciousness, but that consciousness is not tied to body, as it is in the case of man. Man is the creature who has to consciously recapitulate the mineral, plant, animal, and early human stages in the process of building his own body. He must recapitulate the age patterns of these kingdoms in the processes of his own growth. Now, if you will consider for a moment and go back to the Ptolemaic system of the solar system, you will realize that in the old geocentric system, the sun occupied the fourth orbit, the fourth from above and below of the 7 different orbits of the ancient planetary system. The sun, therefore, became peculiarly identified with man. The luminous or the light power of the self-conscious being. The sun had to do with conscious intellect, the luminosity of self-knowing, and it was placed in the fourth division of the solar system, where Pythagoras in his monochord, or great musical structure, placed the fret which formed the octave. Therefore, the octave became the symbol of the higher and lower halves of the string. And in man, the octave represents his own self-consciousness, in which the higher and lower halves of the string of his own vibratory energy meet by means of the fret of individualized mind. The Pythagoreans had quite a little to say and to think about this particular problem. One thing we do not know, and probably we will not know for some time with general certainty, although there may be a few who have intuited it in themselves, and that is, what is the consciousness of these living things, while this consciousness is not involved in body. Can we say, for example, that the mineral has a conscious existence apart from body? I think we must assume that it does. We must also assume that the plant does. And we might also assume, if we so wished, that the consciousness of these lower kingdoms at this time may be greater than our own. The reason why it is greater is because it is not limited by involvement in body as ours is. The consciousness, therefore, is more in the state of the unborn being, the human being, before quickening. If we wish to assume that the consciousness of man only comes alive in the process of embodiment, as the materialist does, then we have no consciousness behind this process at all. But if we wish to assume that man coming into life is a living thing becoming embodied, then we must assume the same of the other kingdoms of nature. In relationship to our patterns, they may seem inferior. If our own consciousness could experience them, perhaps they might be inferior in certain particulars to man. Certainly they would be inferior in the experience of mortality. They would be inferior in the power to use and administer the faculties which man has unfolded and has ensouled with his own consciousness. Here we get very, very close to our Buddhist problem again. Namely, what is the state of consciousness for a creature that is not involved at all in any form of matter? What is the consciousness of the individual who has never assumed any of the limitations of human consciousness? The answer would appear to be that this consciousness would be nirvanic, that it would exist in an entirely different dimension from any that we know. That existing in this dimension, it may be perfect. It may be infinitely enlightened in comparison to ours. That it has to have some need or reason for embodiment should also be contemplated, however. That this consciousness perhaps then follows the parable of the prodigal son. For the good son who stayed at home was but slightly rewarded. For him there was no banquet, no feasting, because he was good. He was not rewarded. But the son who went forth as a prodigal, and went through the cycle of sorrow and pain, and finally, out of a resolution of his own soul, was determined to return to his father's house and ask forgiveness. For him there was a banquet. And when the good son asked his father why, the father answered very simply, because the prodigal son, was lost and is found again, died and was born again. So apparently the involvement of consciousness in form is part of a great universal pattern of necessity. It is the great Greek spindle of necessity around which all things move. And in this concept, therefore, the consciousness which has not entered into form involvement must be deficient in something. But at the same time, it may also possess other things. If it is deficient in mind, it is also deficient in disobedience. If it has no virtue, it likewise has no vice. If it is not capable of pleasure, it can know no pain. And therefore we observe the various kingdoms of nature growing up according to a strange and absolute integrity which is missing in man. We observe how these kingdoms are perfectly administered, how the creatures of these kingdoms intuitively recognize their own needs, their own destiny, and fulfill. We have no way of knowing how the plant, from a standpoint of consciousness, functions. But as Leonardo da Vinci pointed out, the way in which branches come off of the stalk of a plant, the various patterns of its leaves and flowers, indicate an absolute geometry beyond almost anything we can imagine. And all the great canons of art and beauty which man has evolved have arisen from his intuitive receptivity to natural processes. So we cannot say that the plant, which fulfills its destiny with infinite certainty, can be unconscious. We do know that it may possess a small measure of objective consciousness, that the objective reaction is beginning, and that the real abiding inner consciousness of the plant is moving toward involvement or embodiment, and is sensitively and intuitively and magnetically connected with the body of the plant, so that it may administer it and govern it and take care of it. Now there is a theory or belief about these things that the consciousness of the various groups of the lower kingdoms has not been individualized. In other words, that one of the reasons for the peculiar uniformity which we observe in nature, a uniformity which, however, has a delightful expression in diversity, that this uniformity, this infallible relationship between its consciousness and its form, is simply due to the fact that the power of consciousness behind it is not individualized. The Paracelsians and other medieval Christian mystics believed in the group spirit theory. They held that individualization only takes place when a certain degree of an unfoldment has been achieved, and that man is also the lowest species in which individualization of consciousness has been attained. Thus, these other forms of life are under the control and direction of collective intelligences. Some of these group spirits and similar things undoubtedly were associated with the old concept of the elementals, or nature spirits. For nature spirits were believed in the old legendary and lore to be industriously engaged in various natural occupations. If you read the ancient legends of the Nibelungen, the little dwarfs that lived in the earth, or if you have read the rather gentle and gracious story of Undine, you realize something of the old legendary, namely that the elementals were concerned largely with the directing, controlling, and administering of the destinies of non-individualized life. That these elementals, for instance, the gnomes in the earth, had in some mysterious way control over the growth of minerals. And in the Key of Solomon and other magical and Kabbalistic writings, those who sought for lost treasures in the ground must first win the confidence and respect of the gnomes. For the gnomes can hide these treasures, just as the leprechaun in Irish folklore if he is properly controlled by man, can lead him to the mysterious pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But these nature spirits were recognized as being in some way necessary. There had to be some explanation for the continuous industry of things, the infinite organization of bees, and the wonderful empire which they created and which Maeterlinck has so wonderfully described. The story of Solomon and the ants. All these things seem to remind us that even the primitive impulse of empire lies in tiny living things that we can hardly see or study adequately. So the twofold concept moves together, each nation finding some peculiar way of dressing its symbolism to meet the need of the obvious facts. It was, however, generally assumed that there were controlling powers, that the consciousness tied up with the various levels of bodies had a certain intuitive knowledge of these bodies, but that its consciousness remained awake in itself rather than in its body. Let's see if we can find some parallels by which we can bring this particular point more clearly to our attention. Solve it a little bit for ourselves. We have no direct experience here of being able to disassociate ourselves completely from the body complex. We may be able to do it in sleep to some degree, and by reversing the process, perhaps we can get an idea of what the ancient really understood. Suppose we say, therefore, that the consciousness of, say, a mineral has a kind of sleepness about it, that this consciousness may have a full awareness in its own region, but that it has a dream relationship with this instrument which it is building. Perhaps we can say that in its subjective experience, the consciousness of the mineral dreams that it has a body, dreams that this body is growing or unfolding, dreams that it has some beautiful and natural necessity. In dream, perhaps the consciousness seems to be associated with that body. Perhaps it can dream itself into believing that it is a mineral. But because it does not have the instrument strongly enough to enter into it, it has only a dreamlike realization of what is happening to that instrument. It is aware but not integrated with it, as in the case of man and his awareness of body. So that the ancients generally held that it is quite conceivable that the spiritual life of the plant, the spiritual life of the animal or the mineral, is just as inevitable as that of man. That the immortality of the animal is as certain as that of man. But the processes by means of which this growth is accomplished, these processes are more advanced in man than in the other kingdoms of nature. This perhaps is why the Buddhists referred to the animals as their little brothers. And St. Francis, with the same insight, had the same reaction to the birds and to all the creatures around him. He sensed a comradeship, a unity of life that transcended the differences of appearance. But when we think, as the Buddhist does, of these other kingdoms as our younger brethren, then perhaps we have some way of understanding them better, inasmuch as, assuming ourselves to be adult, these kingdoms are life passing through infancy, childhood, and adolescence before they reach our level, with the mineral as infancy, the plant as childhood, the animal as adolescence. When we do a little study on this situation, we also can then say to ourselves, what else is locked within this Earth evolutionary pattern? What more is there to the story than we can even see or sense with our faculties? Are there going to be other kingdoms launched at proper time out of the subjective of the planetary consciousness itself? In all probabilities there are, for the simple reason that the consciousness is infinitely seed-producing. Everything is seed life in various stages of the unfoldment of itself. Now, if we go into Buddhism, for example, we can create our 7 kingdoms in a rather interesting way by this problem of assuming the complete chain, Homer's golden chain, which binds all life together. We can say, in using the Buddhist concept, mineral, plant, animal, man, arhat, bodhisattva, Buddha. In other words, we can have an ascending order of consciousness. That this ascending order of consciousness may or may not be all visible. The apex of the pattern in Buddhism would be to place man on the 4th level and to declare Buddha, the historical Buddha, to be the example, as they did, an example, for they never made it unique, an example of the transcendent possibility of human attainment. This would also then pass the pattern on to the next level of things. The Greeks declared that above man were the heroes, the demigods, and the gods. These, and again, do not sound too much unlike the Buddhist concept. In Northern Buddhism, where the Bodhisattva doctrine was introduced, we would have almost the same idea, because we would have the arhats playing the role of the heroes, and that is exactly what they were in Indian thinking in the old time. The arhat was the individual who is described as worthy of veneration. This would be the hero. The Greeks venerated their heroes. They venerated Ulysses, and they venerated Achilles and others whom they held to be heroes. And they declared that after death these heroes were lifted up into the sky to become constellations. The arhat, therefore, being the saint worthy of veneration, would represent the heroic attainment of self. And this more or less further fills in the pattern of his achievement. In the northern system, the arhat was not as greatly emphasized as in the southern system, but he did drift into China and Japan later through the Zen philosophy, which was more or less a philosophy of the hero of the world, because the hero self was represented more or less through the achievements of the great Zen teacher Bodhidharma. In any event, the arhat is the human being who lives no longer for himself, but in the quest of truth and for the service of mankind. He is therefore the dedicated one who has transcended, who has renounced the world. He is the Mahatma of the Hindic system. He is the Lohan of China, the Rakan of Japan. Wherever Buddhism exists, he will be found to symbolize the one who has not only transcended worldliness, but by this virtue has achieved strange, magical, mystical powers. He is the individual who we might say has the extrasensory perception range. He is the one who can see at a distance, who can travel through the air, who can ride on dragons, who can do all kinds of weird and wonderful things, some of them very important, some of them symbolically sounding a little silly, but it's all part of an elaborate symbolism. We can't forget the old Arhat, for instance, who made a fountain in his water bowl and went around with a little fountain playing to the top of his water bowl. This hardly changed the course of spiritual history, but at the same time, it is simply an indication of the power to transcend the limitations of material existence. All the Arhats, whether the 16, the 18, or the 500, or the legions that accompanied them, therefore are the heroes of the world. In the East, the hero is the saint. And in the West, the hero takes the Sigurd form. He takes the figure of the champion, the dragon slayer. In the Indian Arhat, the dragon had a toothache. So the Arhat carefully took out the tooth, patted the dragon on its head, and sent it back on its way into space to fulfill its proper function. In the West, with that true spirit of our own, the moment Sigurd saw a dragon, he ran a sword through him. This is the difference of our idea of what constitutes heroism. The West must conquer, whereas the Oriental is perfectly willing to remove the pain of the dragon and send him on his way. The Arhat gives rise naturally in our thinking to the next step in the northern system, which is the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva is called in the lotus of the good law the young man of good family. The Bodhisattva is the prince in the heavenly kingdom. He is a little like the archangel Michael especially, but he is also more in the concept of the Grecian secondary circle of divinities. The Greeks had deities. In fact, most of their deities have a strangely Buddhist flavor about them, inasmuch as most of the Grecian deities were originally mortals, which is really quite a play in the direction of the Buddhist thinking. But the Bodhisattvas represent that Olympian court where on the top of the wonderful mountain Olympus they gather in magnificent majesty in the Buddhist equivalent in the western paradise of Amitabha. Here is the region above the world where the heroes go when they die, where the good are rewarded, and where great Zeus himself wields his thunderbolts over a world not too good, but not hopelessly bad. The Bodhisattvas, therefore, are the beings, the demigods and neo-gods that have forms, that seem to have radiant natures and beings. In the East, particularly Japan and China, they are rather more chaste than the Grecian immortals, because they are devoted entirely to the great obligation that they cannot find rest for themselves until all living things have attained the enlightenment. But this is not quite as different from other systems as you may think, because actually it is the burden also of the Odinic rites of the Gothic countries. Odin, or the Teutonic Wotan, the old deity with the long beard and one eye and the gray cloak and the great spear with the runes of the law upon its shaft. He went down to the depths of Mimir's well to ask the secret of his own soul. Odin knew that a strange destiny was leading him and all the other gods toward that inevitable battlefield of Ragnarok where good and evil perish together. Odin was not a god in the true sense of the word. He was the patriarch. He was the one who managed the world, but was himself subject to a power beyond the world, a power which he could not fathom, a power which he perished from because he never was able to grasp its mystery. So the Bodhisattvas are not too different. They remind us, Kannan particularly, in her various aspects, reminds us of Brunhild, the mind maiden of Odin. All these legends twine together, but out of them comes the concept of another order of beings above the Arhats, the luminous beings in their Sambhoga bodies. These beings that are never really here, but like the archangels, may even be listed among the saints. They are not regarded as imaginary, although we have never been able to find historical foundation for them. Well, they could be an order of life beyond anything we know. Those beings that Socrates said lived along the shores of the air. And finally, upon their mysterious eternal thrones in endless meditation are the Buddhas, the supreme mysterious powers of the All-Fathers, the eternal meditations which bring forth all things. These may also have their parallels and their equivalents in this pattern of the earth, for in the Mahayana system, each of the planets, the Logos of the Greeks, becomes the Buddha of the northern system. Each of the planets is really an embodied Buddha in eternal meditation. From this meditation springs out the whole phenomena of existence, resting as thought in the mind of the meditating sage. His dreams bring forth all the orders of life, and as he awakens from sleep they retire into himself, and he alone remains. This system fits very much more closely than you realize into the Western and Grecian theory. There are certain minor adjustments to be made, but the whole picture of the kingdoms will not prove to be essentially different. And of course, in the Buddhist way of life, there being nothing inanimate, there being nothing that does not belong to life itself, we can understand why they bury broken needles with a Buddhist Mass, where even flowers have their inalienable rights to exist, where animals are regarded as merely the younger brothers of man, and where the invisible bodhisattvas are only elder brothers. In their system, life is bound together by a brotherhood in manifestation and an identity in cause. All things that come into the world in any kingdom of nature come into the realm of suffering. They enter upon the wheel of necessity. They must pass through the great cycle of the nirdanas, or the regions of embodiment. And each thing that does come into the world has some strange fatality to the body which it has fashioned. Even minerals and gems are formed by the agony of the earth. Everything in some mysterious way arises from struggle, from pain, and from combustion. Plants pass through the same great cycle. On the walls and in the structure of the great sequoia trees, as we study the tree rings, we see how many times great fires ravished this area long before we know of any human beings to dwell here. Fires from lightning, fires from natural combustion, fires in other places from volcanic outbursts. Everywhere, life struggling against the inevitable destinies. And even the great tree that may live 5,000, 6,000 years finally falls, just as the smallest insect whose life is but for an hour. So in this whole great struggle of necessity, we find all kingdoms bound together by the brotherhood of suffering, the noble mystery, the fourfold secret that all life is suffering. Therefore, in the brotherhood of suffering, life is fitted together into an amazing and wonderful pattern. And in Buddhism, over this world of suffering and all that it contains is the strange, quiet, radiant presence of the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, Kannan. Infinite compassion behind, controlling, directing. In infinite wisdom behind these things that seem so strange and difficult to understand, and something of infinite purpose being accomplished by all this complexity and all this misery and all this uncertainty which makes up life as we know it. So we think about the kingdoms of nature and all their various habitats and all their various ways of doing things. And we study them more and more, and we try to discover certain things that are important about them. One thing we have observed, and we do know, is that for some reason man, of all the kingdoms, is the disobeyer. Man is the power which is most likely to exert tyranny over all other things. If man did not have mind, or any other kingdom did have it, man would probably not have survived. It is because of the peculiar tyranny of objective enlightenment that he has achieved his survival at the expense of nature. But in the process of survival, he has offended nature. He has offended the very life that bore him. This offense is not mortal, for man cannot perish, but this offense has complicated his existence and confronts him now with the objective manifestation of his subjective error. So man, becoming in turn a master of all he surveyed, and setting up his own empire, has set it up with the inadequacy and the fallacy with which he has done everything else in his great journey of growth. So as we look back down through the kingdoms of nature, we observe that the whole form of life begins with a strange but infinite faith, that life begins as a total acceptance, and gradually, step by step, it evolves into a rebellion. Life begins by some kind of a universal consciousness, a consciousness adequate to all needs, and it slowly retracts or in one way or another crystallizes into a highly personal consciousness that is not adequate for its own needs. That therefore this whole great pageantry of man, who may have been on this earth, they feel now, for at least 10 or 15 millions of years from fossilized remains recently discovered, that in this whole problem man has been becoming more and more like man, but in order to do it he has become less and less like God. There has been a strange restriction in him, a strange battling in his own nature, which is very difficult for us to completely understand. He has moved from a very wonderful insight. He has moved from natural habits that were astonishing. Dr. Margaret Mead points out the lingerings of these basic integrities among the primitive anthropological types with which she has concerned herself, particularly in the areas of the South Seas. We have observed that also out of the past come strange reports as out of a sleep or out of a dream of things. And we may be able to make a kind of parallel again to this in man. Some people, rather nostalgically, have said to themselves, is man ever better than the day he is born? Or does he begin to lose ground immediately? And there's some evidence that he does lose ground. Little by little, something about man that is so distinctly and dynamically attractive that all people love babies. They just can hardly help it. It's really a very, very unsavory person who doesn't have some instinctive reaction to the infant. Some say that it is because the child is so beautiful. This is, however, probably a parental specialization. Actually, I think it is something of the helplessness of the child that brings out all the helpfulness in man. Perhaps it is also the fact that as the child first begins to live, if it has any opportunity at all to be itself, if it is not psychologically mutilated even in infancy, if the child has a fair chance, I think most mothers will agree that there's something very beautiful in the growth of a child, that it is something that is almost sacred, that watching the character of the child slowly form is one of the most magnificent, inspiring circumstances of life. It is only after this child begins to be over-influenced by conditions around it and perhaps falls prey to worldliness that it begins to lose some of this wonderful, sensitive naturalness. Children do not live just in this world. They live in a wonderful world of imagination, and they also live in a world of wonder. To them, this material world is full of dramatic possibilities. It is full of beauty. It is full of something that lures the child to run out into the forest or run out into the garden and just simply exist as a wonderful living thing. Perhaps this is also the story of the beginnings of life, that the lower forms of nature, as we call them, are simply these marvelously attractive things that are wonderful because they are themselves, wonderful because they fulfill, wonderful because there is no pretense and no conspiracy in them. There is something that's very, very much like a child in a beautiful flower. It has in it this magnificent power to fulfill its destiny, and in the mere process of fulfilling its destiny becomes so beautiful that we regard it as one of the highest ornamentations in all the world. And we have used flowers for happiness, for feasts, for festivals. We have brought them to the sacraments of baptism, and we have carried them also into the last rites of the dead. Always the flower is a thing of beauty. And it is beautiful not only because it is itself, because the wonderful law operating through it, but perhaps like the child, it is beautiful because it is uncontaminated by the knowledge or existence of itself. Solomon declared that the king of Israel in all his glory was not arrayed like a lily of the field, that there is something beyond all the ostentation of man in the simple growth of a blade of grass. The Zen monk realizes this. Those wonderful gardens in the temples of the Zenshu and the Tendai and the Hongonji in Japan, these beautiful gardens are really little nurseries of living things. Here blades of grass play with little fishes in a pool. There's something of the wonderful paradise of that which is not corrupted. And naturally speaking, this is true throughout the animal kingdom. There are some exceptions. But where even these exceptions exist, we still find the young, even of the animal, to be almost irresistible. As it gets older, it gets too strong and powerful for us. But as a tiny thing, it is still part of this eternal helplessness of life. So out of all of this and a long pattern of things, we seem to see the world sort of growing sad and tired as mind grows up in man. We see something that is very beautiful lost. And as we watch the development of nuclear fission, we wonder if this universe might have been happier if evolution had ended with a daisy. I'm not so certain that such would not have been the case. But obviously that was not the purpose. We had to go on. We had to go on to outgrow innocence and come to virtue, but there is a very long, difficult path along the way. Sometime we must go on beyond this, and little by little regain as great objective power this tremendous subjective power of simplicity, of lack of ostentation, lack of artificiality. The mind that slowly woke up in this world must, in a sense, go to sleep again in truth. But as it does so, according to both Eastern and Western thinkers, the childish gradually evolves into the childlike. That which accepted because it did not know finally becomes that which makes the supreme acceptance because it does know. So evolution was well represented perhaps by the Egyptians as a serpent with a tail in its mouth. It is a thing that ends where its beginning was. And yet in this great cycle of growth, something has been added. And this something seems to be the voluntary decision to accept truth. The plant, the animal, the mineral, even man at his present state, is really unable to make this tremendous voluntary dedication. Man has been given a power to choose, and it is this choice, apparently, that must lead him on to the next level of his own growth in space. The door that leads beyond humanity to one of the other orders of life seems to be guarded, and only those that make the great choice of integrity can go beyond man. These other kingdoms grew because of the power of protecting life guiding them. Choice is indwelling life, leading man from within its own depths to the next step of his own existence. And we can simply point out that these kingdoms of nature have always had very interesting symbolical meanings. We study all the esoteric systems of antiquity, and we can pause for just a moment to consider alchemy, which has a great power in this thing. All your planets, which represent the orbits or levels of psychic development, are involved in the alchemical speculation. The alchemical speculation deals with a recapitulation of the power of growth through the four kingdoms. In other words, it begins with the mineral. And in the retort, the mineral passes to the plant. The plant becomes an animal. The animal becomes a man. And man is transformed into a mysterious crystal being called the homunculus. And this crystal being, of course, is the adept or ahat self. But the alchemical process, as described, shows the entire evolution of energy, an evolution arising constantly within the mysterious retort or alembic of the Earth's atmosphere. All this procedure takes place within the auric field of the planet. And this auric field finally produces within itself the unfolding powers of, we might almost say, planetary deities. Apparently, the end of the evolutionary cycle is that 7 vital centers within the planetary power, by this process of evolution, by this growing up and releasing themselves through the powers of the 7 kingdoms, this wave of specialized life ultimately obtains identity in consciousness with the planet which formed it or carried it or sustained it through its evolutionary process. When these waves of evolution become identical with planetary centers, then, according to the Eastern system, when the time comes and the planet itself goes into rest or sleep between days of manifestation, the planet having achieved this degree of growth as a total being, the 7 powers, 7 rays, 7 suns of the planet, having unfolded themselves and returned to identity with it, the planet then becomes a sun. It becomes a luminous center. For this evolutionary process causes a great store of psychic energy to be added to the core of a planet. When this is accomplished, then the planet becomes a sun. When this happens, then these 7 sons of the earth, representing the 7 orders of life evolving here, become the planets of the next order of life, and reveal their races, their orders, their species, and their types through the release of the seed lives within themselves. Thus the evolutionary process goes on and on, each thing gradually becoming a self-center of spiritual radiance. Each of the mysterious powers returning again to the source of themselves. But when they return, reinforced by their cycle through the different layers and natures of the planetary power, they return rich with energy, rich with power, and returning into the sort of nirvanic suspension of the planet, they transform this core from a planet to a sun. They have sustained or supported this energy, which has become increased through its revelation through the orders of life. And when the energy reaches a certain degree of radiance through the structures it has built, it becomes a solar energy. The solar systems in turn have their same relationship to cosmic systems, and so on and on. Nor must we forget for a moment that we are a comparatively high stage in this on and onness of things. Below us and beneath us is a concatenation or a great chain of solar systems, systems infinitely less than our own, but solar systems which, as far as the elements of themselves are concerned, we have no way of knowing what their consciousness may be. It may be that thousands of these solar systems could balance on the head of an ordinary pin, but we are not in any way sure that they are essentially different, or that they are any more lacking in internal consciousness than we are. We do not know what this consciousness is. We do not know how to estimate anything that is less than ourselves. We can simply turn right into our own bodies to demonstrate this. There are countless solar systems under the flesh of man. There are magnificent structures almost identically resembling solar systems in the marrow of bone. There are infinite orders of life living out their destinies in us. We have our minerals, our plants, our animals, and our humanity crowning this entire pattern. And to these lesser kingdoms, we are as man to these lesser kingdoms around us. And perhaps in the larger pattern of things, we are as gods to other orders of life under our own skins. These forms of life have no recourse against our whims. They have no way of protecting themselves against our inconsistencies or our intemperances. But we are presiding over a magnificent, complex universe. Perhaps there are within man more tiny spots of cosmic light than we can see in the Milky Way. Now, what are the consciousness factors of all this? To us, we can't even realize that these things exist as living things. We may examine them in a small cross-section or a smear on a microscope slide, but we have no conception of this. We do not know the hope or the fear or the pain within ourselves of these little lives. We do not know how many minute organisms that we cannot even imagine might be raising their hands clasped in prayer, asking us for mercy. We don't even know. From a standpoint of physical thinking, we probably don't even believe that these little cells have any life. But what do we know? For if they are alive, and they have to be, they are in some way tiny manifestations of total life. And if one of the most minute of these little particles was actually to cease, it is reasonable to suspect that the entire universe would perish. They can change, they can be modified by fission and other things, but if one unit of life died, then all things would die. Nothing dies, everything changes. Everything moves from one arrangement and one pattern to another, passing through different levels of consciousness. But what races, what orders, what incredible hierarchies may be in this minute world behind and below us in our evolution? From what almost inconceivable distances have we traveled? What part of our intuition, our psychic faculty, our internal sense has been mellowed and matured by this journey? If we have come an infinite distance to even reach what we are now, what infinite distance must we still travel? Where is the beginning and the end of this great program of growth? And how can we even contemplate it without the transcendent admiration for the inconceivable magnitude of the wisdom that sustains it? How can we doubt for a moment that this entire pattern is the manifestation of an infinite, inconceivable reality, and that this reality, perhaps, is the sovereign God we have been seeking, a God not an irritable old gentleman, but a God that is manifesting forever through an infinitude of worlds, through things so great and so small that they stagger us. They leave us absolutely incapable of thinking through this pattern of our own life. Yet we are here, and we came from somewhere, and into our very bodies are thrown these cells, these structures, these molecules that have also had an eternal existence dancing in some sunbeam of eternity. We are fashioned out of a gathering of infinite life itself. We are moving with that life. We are gradually striving to understand it. We are also looking for that time when, in perfect insight, we can give ourselves back again to the infinite wisdom of that life. It is all a very interesting and wonderful and dramatic story, and while we may not be able to remember all the parts, and probably there's no reason why we should, still perhaps it will give us just a little more of a fourth-dimensional qualitative look at things, which can be important, can be useful in our daily living. Well, I guess that's all for tonight, folks. We must recognize that on many problems of great interest, there is no common meeting of minds. There are so many things to learn, and so little is actually known. And yet, from very long ago, men really tried to be thoughtful. And perhaps it is a mistake on our part to assume that all the world's best thinking has been done in recent years. We have a tendency to believe that facts began with the development of a scientific method for the accumulation and evaluation of knowledge. It is true that facts have become very important to us, but so much that we want to know is outside of the boundaries of any machinery that we can set up for the evaluation of human thought. I have always believed that someday we will acknowledge reason to be a valid source of facts. That which is reasonable, truly reasonable, must come very close to the truth itself. And in many areas where facts cannot penetrate, or the factual instincts cannot operate, we have the power of reason. And this has done a great deal to enrich our lives, to make our concepts more noble, our ideals more luminous than they would otherwise be in the face of the available facts. The study of man began when man first began to be aware of himself and others. There are some very interesting forms of knowledge about man preserved by primitive people. We have begun to realize that primitive people could have a valid kind of knowledge, a folk knowledge, something that arises in the inner consciousness of the individual and carries on down through. Nearly all great cultures, civilizations, have produced philosophers of one kind or another, and the philosophers were the scientists of antiquity. Furthermore, there have come down to us a wonderful heritage of ancient legendary, myths of a golden age, fables, folklore. We are not able to fully trace all of these streams of belief, but there is a suspicion that it may sometime be proven that mythology is the history of the prehistoric world of things, that it is only prehistory, veiled in the emotionalizations of later peoples, but still containing much that is valid, much that is essentially true, if we have patience enough and liberality of mind enough to contemplate this rich storehouse without sophistication. The Hindus, Chinese, Egyptians, Greeks, Persians, all developed elaborate theories concerning the origin of man. Even some less cultured nations on our own Western Hemisphere, especially the Maya, the Aztec, and the Inca, gave a lot of thought to this mystery. After all, man lives with himself. He faces himself every day. He learns a little about the lore of his own people. And with the coming of history, a magnificent pageantry was open to him. We cannot blame him if he speculates, if he tries to think through the mystery of himself, tries to determine in some way where he came from, and why he is here, and where he is going. Nearly all of the older nations of the world assume that man existed for a very long time. In India, for example, long before the rise of modern science or the more recent discoveries relating to human remains, the Hindus were already thinking of an earth inhabited by something at least resembling man 20, 30, 50, 100 million years ago. They knew whatever this process was that produced man was not rapid. They realized also that the gradual evolutionary processes which brought man into being were in a way recapitulated by the prenatal cycle in man's present coming into birth. Just as surely as the embryo passes through many stages of development, more or less summarizing the whole evolution of the animal kingdom. So it is evident that man himself came forth a very long time ago, that he was not instantaneously or wonderfully produced. There was not a case of a world without a man, and then marvelously saying man was there. He did not appear with his girdle of fig leaves as most often represented in masterpieces of the 15th and 16th centuries. Nor did man arise, as in most of old paintings, clean-shaven and well-groomed. There was something else to this picture. Man had to grow up. Most ancient peoples were convinced that man came out of water. They believed that he some way came out of an ocean, or out of a great depth or deepness. We're beginning to suspect this ourselves, even now. But man, according to the most ancient tradition, was a fish that came forth upon the land. And gradually his gills disappeared. Gradually his fins vanished. Little by little, he assumed the proportions that we now know. Not necessarily because these proportions were destined for him, but because there was a kind of something inside of man that began to fashion instruments for the expression of this inner self. And the shape and appearance of man was due to the urgencies within his own nature, which caused him to externalize the means of accomplishing the purposes that his dawning consciousness began to comprehend. Also, it was assumed that the problem of man had something to do with the animal kingdom. Man is now generally regarded as a mammal. Some rather optimistically hold that he is the highest of the mammals. Others are not so sure. He is certainly the most precocious. But in any way you wish to look at it, there's something that the ancient did not quite understand. It didn't quite meet his thinking. But somewhere, for no reason that anyone could comprehend, one small strain of mammals suddenly began to excel and to specialize until this strain produced man. But left behind man all the rest of the animal world, untouched, perhaps uncontaminated by this process of sudden growth. You can't really answer the question, why did one kind of animal keep on evolving and become man, and another kind of animal did not keep on evolving and become man? We pass over this rather lightly at the moment. It is an inconvenient question. But our ancient friends thought about it. It seemed to them that there had to be a real answer. That there was something about man that was not just animal plus. That some way man had different endowments so completely that even now, after millions of additional years for evolution have taken place or have passed, these other kingdoms do not seem to be seriously encroaching upon man. Well, they are encroaching in a way, but not by aping him, not by becoming like him. And sometime long ago, a part of animals became man. The miracle has not been repeated. Is there a reason why it has not been repeated? Some of our older thinkers began to contemplate as to what it is in which man differs from the animal. And perhaps the mother knows better than anyone else can something that happens to the child as yet unborn within her body, the quickening. In some way, this body suddenly comes to life. Something seems to take hold of it. And from that time on, in a strange, wonderful way, that body becomes a living being. And from that time on, that body's destiny is determined by this mysterious, intangible, sudden coming of aliveness, which causes this little inanimate thing to start striking out, preparing itself to be born. The Hindus like to suspect that somewhere in the evolution of the animal kingdom, something happened that resembles a quickening. Suddenly, a part of the animal world was ensouled. Something was bestowed upon it. Something happened. And in this mystery or miracle, a new value was added that was not just the product of evolution. That this something that was added took hold of a potential mental nervous structure and enriched it with a potential not anywhere else found among natural things. This potential immediately began to strike out with its own aliveness, and suddenly what may have appeared physically to be an animal suddenly was no longer an animal. The quickening does not necessarily immediately change the appearance of an embryo, but slowly its destiny is changed. Its destiny is changed by the fact that it is ensouled by something. This was the belief also of some of the early Jewish mystics, the Kabbalists especially. We find traces of it in the apocalyptical book of Enoch. For in this book it was declared that at a very remote time, angels, called the sons of God, descended from heaven upon a mighty mountain, and gazing down looked upon the daughters of men, and came unto them. And from this union was born a race of giants. Perhaps this has an allegory to it that is important. The sons of God, this was a good name for that mysterious thing that quickens. And the daughters of men could be a good name for this body which is quickened. Perhaps, therefore, what the Hindus and the old Kabbalist mystics, the Babylonians and the Assyrians, sought to tell us in their own way was that some kind of superior order of life from another place, from another condition or dimension of being, descended into the bodies of some animals. Animals of a kind or type, particularly serviceable for this purpose. Nature produced by its striving many kinds of animals. These are described so clearly in the Phoenician history of Sanchoniathon. These monsters of old days gradually vanished away into the void of things. Nature, struggling in the alchemical laboratory of the dawn of time, brought forth creatures, brought forth a world as the home of these creatures. And here, long before the light of our reason was shed upon the world, these creatures blindly, dumbly, numbly stumbled through the mysteries of the prehistoric fen. Many of them vanished in the terrible upheavals of volcanic and seismic disturbances. Uncounted millions probably perished in the vast sweep of the glacial periods. But nature, ever trying to create an enduring type, gradually climaxed the animal evolution by a kind of animal that may have been not too different from an anthropoid. An animal which had gone as far as beast could go. We see around us today many forms of animals, birds, insects. They're not all alike. They're not all equal as possible potential vehicles for further growth. But there was some time, long ago, among all animals, the best of animals. These are the ones that seem to have been ensouled. These are the ones that seem to have received this quickening. So the ancient Vedas tries to tell us where these beings came from. They did not come from far away. They came some way from the inner structure of nature itself. As we mentioned last week, there was not only a visible world and a subterranean sphere of magnetic and electric forces, but there was an atmosphere, a mysterious band of energy which enclosed the earth itself, a magnetic field or aura extending out from the body of the earth. And this was stratified into various levels of vibration, energy, and quality. And in these various stratifications, according to the ancients, were lives waiting to be born. These lives were born out of the planetary life itself. These lives became embodied as forms developed to receive them. The first of these invisible lives to be informed was the mineral. And as crystallization became more advanced, the surface of the earth becoming capable of sustaining some form of life against the horrible combustions of the period of pre-formations. As this material substance increased in solidity, a wave of energies, of life principles, were supposed to have ensouled minerals. Now, the peculiar destiny of these ensoulments was that this type of ensoulment had to last for the entire duration of the earth's existence. Once these souls were locked within the minerals, they could not escape until the mineral kingdom itself was dissolved back into the compounds from which it came. Therefore, sleeping locked within some kind of a strange darkness were orders of life, which, however, had the mysterious power to reveal themselves magnetically, reveal themselves in the strange vibratory patterns of minerals and metals, reveal themselves through the wonderful colorations of metallic and mineral chemistries, and also in the fissions and crystallizations, and the various lines of cleavage, which reveal that minerals, particularly crystals, are all mathematical patterns. Later, from this condition, from the dark earth of the crystal embodiment itself, the material form of things, that gradually began as mosses and lichen, the beginnings of vegetable life. A life which began, according to the Greeks, in decay, in the green scum upon the surface of things. The Platonists believed that water received into itself free spores that floated in space, and that these free lives, captured and drawn within the magnetic field of the earth, fell into water, where a strange decomposition took place, a death. And out of this death and decay, life came. Life as a green scum upon the surface of water. This was the ilium, the Ilus, the mysterious source of the family of the Trojans in Greek mythology. When this vegetable kingdom had reached a certain degree of development, lives from the atmosphere of the earth's outer surface descended into these forms, quickened them, and the true development of vegetable life began. This vegetable life had considerably more freedom of expression than that of the mineral. Yet some of these vegetable forms also lasted a great time, like the sequoia trees and the cryptomeria of Japan.
trees that might grow and live and linger for 10,000 years, trees that were old long before the wars of Troy and the fall of the ancient solar race of India. Later, from this same type of continual growth, these plants began to extend further powers. One of the things that seems to have had a strange and little appreciated influence on all this was that plants gradually developed horizontal structures. From the slender, vertical stem of the ancient tree came the far more complicated form of the bush and the shrub, the vine and the tendrils. Perhaps this is why the grape was so highly venerated among ancient peoples, for they believed that when plants developed horizontal spines or horizontal stems, they began to verge toward the animal, because in that kingdom the magnetic field operates through the horizontal spine. But in any event, some plants seem to have gradually evolved until they could be quickened into animals. And so it went on, until finally some animals reached a point where mysterious beings or entities held in the outer magnetic atmosphere of the earth the spores of humanity were able to take upon themselves these bodies. And in the course of time, the pressure of the peculiar consciousness which we call man broke through. The animal ceased to be like other animals and gradually became lord of the rest, binding to its use those lives not quickened by its own unique mental potential. Various estimates were made as to when this all might have happened. Perhaps the most conservative figures would put it somewhere between 30 and 50 million years ago. It might have been 1 billion years. Probably not so long, however. But somewhere, when time was right, the unfolding planet, with all that it carried with it, fulfilled some destiny locked within its own archetype or purpose. For it began to release in itself, through itself, and from itself, the kingdoms that were to people it, that were to give it its covering, its adornments. And these adornments of these peoples gradually became the reason for the planet itself. It was their mother. It fed them all. It gave them form and birth, and finally in death received them back again into its own dark earth. Once it is assumed that man was a creature which had a unique destiny bestowed upon it as part of its evolution, then we can begin to understand why man changed the course of nature and little by little gained a strange independence. Man became the only animal that could really worry. There are tendencies now for animals to be neurotic, but it is assumed to be as a result of association with man, which is enough to make anything neurotic. But man certainly is the only animal that knows that it must die. It is the only animal which has ambitions as we know them. It is the only animal that can pray and hope and argue. It is the only animal that can force its will upon a vast pattern of things by some premeditation, preconception of its own. And it is the only animal that has ever been impelled to ravage the planet. This, however, is not the major purpose of human destiny. In some mysterious way, this body, which we call human, is still unfolding. Having obtained a certain mathematical shape, a certain proportion, the evolution of man produced the body and its changes up to a point. And then apparently the body had completed that which its evolution required of it. The body of man will continue to be modified gradually over vast periods of time. But as far as we can tell, it has remained about the same for a very long time. The body of man has not changed as rapidly in recent times, and evolution has moved from the growth of the body to the growth of the person within the body. Unless the person grows, the evolution of the body is meaningless as far as man is concerned. For the body is now dedicated to the advancement of his purpose. If man needs more from the body in time will provide it. If man demands faculties or powers which he does not at present possess, nature will meet this demand, and body will be modified to produce whatever is needed. But for some time it has appeared that man does not need to make any major renovation in his physical structure. It is also rather obvious that for some time man has not called upon the resources he already possesses. He is not demanding of the body the full measure of its loyalty or its obedience. He is simply acting as a despot, requiring that the body sustain his follies, whatever they may be. For this reason, the body is punished, and its security and survival are endangered. If the person in the body fails the body, then ultimately this entire form will fall back into the chaos from which it came in some remote period of the past. The person in the body, however, continues to grow. We observe historically a tremendous unfoldment of man. We notice the rise of arts and sciences, the increase of knowledge. We also perceive in him the unfoldment of his aesthetic sensibilities, his ideals, his dreams, his imagination. Little by little, man has raised himself to the highest level of creativity which he is capable of conceiving. Not too high, perhaps, but the best he can do. So man continues, in one way or another, to reach out from within himself through education, through arts, through religion and philosophy, to gain greater and greater maturity of consciousness, which must come if the purpose for which man was created is to be attained. In the process of his evolution, man also developed a pattern of racial differentiations, very similar to the animal species of other kingdoms, or the types of plants or minerals that we find. Man, however, being a little more self-centered, a little more egotistic than most other creations, no longer considered variety as something gracious and enchanting. He began to think of variety only in terms of competitive excellence. Therefore, instead of recognizing the unfolding of humanity as a magnificent mystery of life, he began to stigmatize the various kinds of his own type. He began to talk about advanced races and backward races. He created a vast conflict in races, simply because he did not realize that racial differentiation in the human kingdom is like the differentiation of birds or of flowers or of the bright minerals in the earth. Men treasure some minerals more than others, but the minerals themselves are equal. There is no difference in their value apart from that which we artificially put upon them. Thus all forms of humanity have meaning, have purpose, and are subjected to laws of evolution. Some have had greater opportunity. Some have been more fortunate in climatic environment, which has a very big bearing upon growth. But all humanity is one living thing, under one archetype. And this archetype is bringing humanity gradually into a maturity of purpose suitable to its destiny. Now, we are not too sure just where we are in this unfolding cycle of things. But the Oriental peoples, especially the Chinese and the Hindus, consider that humanity has passed the halfway mark in its development. In the course of the involutionary process, life, consciousness, intelligence descended gradually into the organisms which it was to ensoul, which the different qualities were to ensoul. And then, having reached the midway point in growth, the involutionary process tipped into an evolutionary one. That which had gradually been locked into body began to break through body. And little by little in the evolutionary cycle, man will release into manifestation all of the potentials which were gradually locked into him in the process of quickening a body. The evolutionary trend, therefore, means that man's growth from now on through the rest of the pattern of humanity is a continual revelation from within himself of that which is within himself. And this means that much that we know nothing about today must ultimately come forth from him. Today we are a little concerned over things like extrasensory perception. We are beginning to suspect that there are powers in man that have not yet been generally appreciated. We are aware that clairvoyance may exist and not be merely a superstition of old times. That various forms of pre-knowledge and foreknowledge may also exist. That psychometry may be real. That it is quite possible that man has energies which have not yet revealed themselves. That powers to heal his own sickness, powers to overcome his own ignorance, may be locked within him. The Chinese have always believed that sometime man would release through himself the power to educate himself, and that it would not be necessary for him to build vast educational systems. These educational systems are only there to prod the sleeping knowledge in man. For education itself, from the word educo, means only to draw forth. It does not mean to cram in. So that it's quite possible that there may be a mysterious power by which man can tune into knowledge, just as today is able to twist the dials on a television or a radio and achieve a miracle that his ancestors would have regarded as not the work of God, but the work of the devil with fair cause. In any event, man has more in him than has ever come out. And the process of bringing it out and getting it out is associated with the situation of living. And here we can begin to think in terms of some of the other Eastern moral philosophies concerning man. Buddhism has quite a lot to say about this, because after all, its peculiar province was man and the internal structure of his own psychic nature. Obviously, man grows best under pressure of some kind. The individual must be lured out of a kind of complacency which might otherwise reduce his probabilities of survival. All the way down through the kingdoms of nature to the lowest that we can understand, the great pressure to survive has moved all things forward. Survival means always that the individual must be more than he is or perish. That which he is sets up problems for him. The present level of his knowledge at any time causes him to endanger himself. The only solution seems to be that as this danger becomes more immediate and imminent, the human being has to release another level of insight to combat this situation in which he has painted himself into a corner. Each time he uses this insight, he moves forward. Then he rests for a little while and uses his new level of insight to get himself into a further difficulty. This again has to be solved by another exertion of consciousness, so that man grows simply because he wants to survive. He has never grown really from the sheer joy of the prospect. He has never become wise so much from the fact that he loved wisdom as that he was tired of misery. And out of wisdom he hoped to find a remedy for misery. Thus, something prods us, has prodded us from the beginning, and has forbidden us any security since man was man. At a very early time, when he hardly knew enough to survive, he had already sufficient skill to tie a stone to an axe handle and hit his brother over the head with it. From the oldest days, he was in conflict with his own kind. Ambitions and jealousies began to develop within him. Conspiracy became one of his greatest avocations. He was resolved to conquer the earth as soon as he knew that there was an earth. So little by little he has complicated his destiny. He has created systems and destroyed them. He has built cities and torn them down. He has made laws and broken them. He has persecuted others and been persecuted in turn. He has become more dangerous with the passing of every year, until now his own dangerousness really frightens him almost out of his wits. But man goes on, forever trying to find the answer. So what we call suffering, or what Buddhism calls suffering, is the natural and inevitable consequence of man living contrary to a reasonable code. Suffering arises from breaking the simple rules, or, as the scriptures would insist, from disobedience. Not disobedience to a personal deity, but disobedience to the general pattern of existence itself. Disobedience to the common sense rules, which have always been, which man has always, to a measure at least, recognized. But because of his own nature, because of his own arrogance, because of his own incredible ambitions and determinations, man has forced his way down through time, almost always destroying something. Against this destruction, he has tried to build certain laws, rules, institutions, the Hague Conferences, the League of Nations, the United Nations Organization. All these represent man's recognition of his own inability to govern himself with dignity. And yet the same old struggle goes on. Buddhism simply takes the attitude that all this is contributing to evolution simply because it is forcing the individual to wake up. That ultimately he will reach a condition in which he must be right or perish. And when that time comes, at least a percentage will choose to be right. This would then carry this mysterious process of growth over the next hurdle which lies in the future. The next point that perhaps is of value in the study of man is the consideration of his destiny. Where is man going? This, of course, depends largely upon the basic thinking. If you're an existentialist, man isn't going very far. If you are a humanist, he may not make it even as far as the existentialist. If you're a Christian humanist, you have a slight confusion in your mind, but you have greater hopes. Actually, where man is going depends very largely upon trying to decide in your own mind whether anything is going anywhere. If you want to assume when you look out of a window that there is nothing there except accident, incident, circumstance, conditions that have no rational foundation in anything, that the universe simply exists, and it does not know why itself and never will discover, that there was nothing that fashioned it, it has always been, or if it hasn't always been, it arose by some spontaneous process within itself. For a long time, science had the delightful hypothesis that the universe is the only machine in the world that could manufacture itself in the first place. This was considered scientific. We rather doubt that at the moment. We also have to say, is man going anywhere? Is there any relationship between modern man and ancient man? Are the Greeks and the Romans gone forever? If so, what good were the Greeks and Romans? Tourist agencies will tell us they left some splendid ruins which have been exploited with considerable profit by travel agencies. But what of the experience of the Greeks and Romans? Do we know really anything about it? Did they ever leave any adequate histories? Did they ever tell the truth about themselves, and did anyone else ever tell the truth about them? We do not know. We know that in some mysterious way the mistakes of the Greeks and Romans linger on. What about the tremendous but dismal periods of the Dark Ages? Here man went through some of the most extraordinary examples of self-delusion that have ever been recorded. Here men frightened themselves to death. Witchcraft, demonology. The individual living in a universe of terrors, believing in a good God and finding nothing good anywhere. Many went out to save the world by the Crusades. The Crusades were probably the greatest disaster in Western history. Nothing happened. And while the Crusaders were out trying to save the Holy Land, the 4Fs who remained behind took over Europe. This was perhaps the way it should have been, but it was not exactly inspiring. What about all this? Does it mean anything? What about the magnificent cultures of China and India of ancient times? The caves of Ellora and Elephanta? The wonderful sculpturings of Sarnath and Benares? The beautiful monuments of the Mughal Empire? What are all these things? Do they mean anything? The builders of them are gone. Is man only able to leave behind him monuments to his own dead? Are the builders of these things gone forever? And will we, who now stand in wonder of these monuments, join the forever dead in our own turn? This is something that somewhere along the line Western man is going to have to solve, because if he doesn't solve it, he's going to end in the most complete neurosis. The individual simply can't live with absolute nihilism. He cannot build anything if there is nothing to build with and nothing to survive after it is built. Man today is gravely concerned with not only where he is going, but if he is going. And yet, it would seem a very tragic thing indeed if this wonderful generation should perish completely. We're not so sure we like this generation in every way. But you realize that 100 years from now, there will probably be not a handful of human beings alive who are alive today. Everything will have gone. New generations will take over. The process is so gradual we hardly notice it. But it is inevitable and eternal. And so, if evolution is going to take place, how does it operate? Biologically? Are we to assume that in some mysterious way all the growth we have achieved goes on in the cell, and that in some way or other the future is enriched by the fact that we have existed? The future doesn't know this any more than we know how much we were enriched by the past. But is it all there? And if so, is there sufficient justification in this? Is it perfectly all right that everything shall perish, only that the genes can go on? It doesn't sound economical, it doesn't sound especially reasonable, but it is frightfully scientific. In fact, it is frightful. But we have no way to refute the scientist in his own language. We can only profoundly suspect that he is short-sighted. In this way, let us then take the possibility, which also belonged to our ancient brethren, that this life moving down through time is one life, that humanity is one way of life, that which is actually growing is like the flowing of a river, that life is moving from its source to its final state as one vast organism, that this motion is real, that this motion is purposeful, that these things happen because it is best that they happen, and that some force, power, or plan that we do not understand has decreed that the only way in which the particular purpose now at hand can be accomplished is the way it is being accomplished, and that therefore this way is indeed the beautiful necessity. It is the thing as it should be, as it must be. Man can only hope, however, to try to fathom something of the mystery of it, to find out how to explain his place in this project. Buddha was very suspicious that man would ever be able to know, as a mental fact, the truth about himself. Buddha realized that the mind is the slayer of the real, that the mind locks us in attitudes, but that this is strange but true, that the mind is a blind man that thinks it can see. The mind has created in its own darkness a kind of inner sight, a sight which is simply devoted to seeing what is expected, what is required, what is assumed to be true. The mind is locked within the kind of a pattern that produces college professors, intelligentsia, and historians generally, and produces the endless perpetuation of policies that are defended long after their vitality is exhausted. The mind just keeps on thinking in the same old way, and the individual can outgrow his own mind. He can be more honest than his religion, he can be more enlightened than his education, and he can be more scientific than his sciences, because these are heavy things, moving slowly, but man moves more rapidly and anticipates in himself the courses which institutions will follow in ages to come. So we have the possibility that man has other ways of finding out the facts. If man wants to know about himself in the Buddhist philosophy, the only answer is to disentangle his mind from its attachments to all the preconceptions, restrictions, and limitations imposed by tradition and the common observation of things around him. This does not mean that the individual is to allow his mind to wander about like an unbroken colt in a pasture, but it does take the ground that the deepest part of human knowledge that part of the individual which can come the nearest to knowing, is something very silent, very abstract within the core of man's own being. The only way the individual can hope to know is through inner experience. The only solution lies in an unconditioned intuition. Not an intuition that is waiting to see a certain thing. Not an intuition that decides beforehand what it is going to discover. Not an intuition that is going to censor its own processes by conventional rules. Not an intuition that would be afraid of idealism or afraid of realism. But an intuition receptive to whatever is actually there. Even though what is there may bear no resemblance to our expectancy. Consequently, Buddhism takes the position that if the individual can release his faculties from their addiction to prevailing opinions, can save himself entirely from that opinionism which Heraclitus called a falling sickness of the reason, that it is possible by the most profound internalization in a condition which we might term abstract meditation, for the individual to have a glimpse of at least the shadows of reality, that it is conceivable that the person can have a clear impression from the universe of the universal purpose itself, that it can be true and proper, that within man there are some superior faculties which cannot know all things, but which can extend the boundaries of internal knowledge nearer to cause than any processes that we can use intellectually, rationally, or scientifically. Therefore, that instead of thinking about the universe or thinking up a solution for the universe, there is a condition or situation in which the universe can impose its own condition upon man. The universe can define itself, not in words, not necessarily even in symbols, but simply in impact. That the great mystery of life produced man. Therefore, man is bound to that mystery. He is in rapport with it in some way, whether he knows it or not. And that which produced him can reach him, can in some way bestow itself upon him if he does not interfere with the transmission. Meditation is consequently the achievement of a receptivity by which the individual can intuit that which he cannot intellectually comprehend. Out of this can come a tremendous, unchanging resolution of acceptance of life itself. The individual, as in the case described by Havelock Ellis as to his own experience in the dance of life, the individual can have something that happens to him by means of which all doubt, all uncertainty, all question simply ceases. It is not that the questions are answered, but by some mysterious power the questions are no longer important. something transcends all question with certainty. Something transcends all doubt with a tremendous capacity for dynamic acceptance. In some way, perhaps this is man's nearest approach to deity. And according to the Tibetans and others, there is a moment in the transition of the human being from this world to wherever he is going, the moment of death. In that moment, there is this mystical experience. In the moment of transition, the individual has this flashing acceptance, has this strange, incredible realization that he is entering into a reality rather than a vacuum. That some way where he is going and how he is going to get there, these are no longer important. There is a tremendous sense of a complete rightness, a tremendous, overwhelming sense of security, which seems to come only when man has reached the final end of his insecurity in this world. This is perhaps why the Buddhists insist that the nirvanic experience at the end of the evolutionary process of man, the achievement of the transcendent consciousness in which the individual is no longer conditioned, the condition itself being suspended or transfigured by something else, that in the moment of this nirvana, and in this moment only, the Buddha achieving enlightenment becomes fully aware of the measure of enlightenment. Again, perhaps, not knowing the answers to all the questions, but reaching a state in which there is no longer any inclination to ask the questions, because a supreme fitness, a supreme sufficiency moves in upon the individual and quiets forever all of his doubts regarding providence. Some way, this is supposed to be the end of all human evolution, that man shall come into an accord with truth. Not that man shall possess it, but more correctly, possibly, truth shall possess man. Evolution is the releasing of these faculties, perceptions, and means, by means of which the individual can escape legitimately from the mysterious cycles of embodiment in which he is at this time so completely imprisoned. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, the great Swiss physician and mystic, then began to study the body of man rather attentively. It is astonishing that a people, for the most part, prohibiting dissection, and therefore with very little scientific knowledge of the internal workings of the human body, should have accomplished so much in scientific research as far as anatomy and physiology are concerned as the Grecians. It is astonishing that they gained so much. The clinics of Hippocrates of Kos were clinics of observation. They were based upon a kind of intuitive study of man. And the Asclepiads of Greece developed an intuitive theory of diagnosis and treatment. We know this. We also realize that to them this was the proper function of the priest-physician. The priests of the healing God used this internal intuition, cultivated by prayer, by disciplines and meditations, perhaps mostly by consecration to the needs of the sick. This intuition became their guide to the treatment of disease. And in spite of how we may feel about it, they did astonishingly well. So did the Chinese. The Yellow Emperor's Book of Medicine is a very learned work. Learned because it is a book on anatomy and physiology developed by rationalization alone and without practically any clinical or dissectional knowledge. It might be termed an empiric system. It was simply achieved by imposing the universe upon man and assuming that man was a miniature of the world and treating him in this way, so that all methods of treatment were based upon astronomy and sidereal motion, that actually sickness and health were cosmic mysteries related to the sun and moon and to the motions of the stars. This did not follow that the Yellow Emperor's Book of Medicine was an astronomical or astrological thesis. This is not the fact. The fact is, however, that it did recognize that the human being was a little universe, and that therefore all the principles that men could study in nature were applicable to man. The Druids of Britain developed the theory that there was a plant in the earth for every star in the sky, and that just as the combinations of stars form diagnostic patterns, so the herbs of the earth, when combined, constituted the perfect remedies for all ailments. One of the old Druids said that there is not a sickness of the flesh, but that there is a flower or a plant or a shrub which is its proper remedy, and that you may not have too much difficulty in discovering it. The leaves, the roots, the buds, the fruit, the plants themselves have some mysterious resemblance to the ailment for which they are the cure. It is only a matter of skillful observation to discover the right ones. We no longer think this through, but most of the old Druid and Paracelsian remedies that were developed, and many of those developed in China and India and Egypt, are now in the modern pharmacopoeia. We no longer are told where they came from, because actually they came from people who gained their knowledge through dreams and visions and magic, and these are not considered solid foundations. The only disconcerting factor is that the remedies work. The same is true of your American Indian medicine priest. I have talked with several, and years ago brought one here to Los Angeles to live with me. He told how he was called by the gods of healing, how he went out into the desert at night and prayed, and as he walked along in the night, he asked the old ones and the true ones to give him the remedies for the sicknesses of his people. And as he prayed and walked, he would say, "This old Indian, who is very good, is very sick. He has great pains and misery. He has asked me to bring medicine to him. I am the medicine priest. I must find the remedy." So he would go out and walk in the night. And he told me, he said, as I was walking along, praying and asking, he said, I saw a little glow form around a weed. This weed suddenly shone like a little star. He said, that was it. So he took the little weed and made a tea of it, brewed it, gave it to the sick man, and the sick man recovered. He said always his remedies came the same way. They came from dreams or visions or little lights around the plants at night when he wandered out to pray and ask the help of the old ones and the true ones who had gone before. This is the way science began. Sometimes we wish it had remained so sensitive to the intuitive mysteries of life. So Paracelsus pointed out that there is within man another universe, a universe of powers, a universe of principles, that within the human being are the remedies for the ailments of his life. Paracelsus said the Creator has given man 3 books, by the reading of which he can perfect his knowledge. The first is the universe, the second is Holy Writ, and the third is the human body. From these, duly and properly studied, all can be found that is necessary. But to duly and properly study these, man must be quiet, reverent, humble. He must ask for help. He must ask for the light to shine around the little weed. He must believe that it will shine. So great learning spends millions and men still die. We are not willing yet to pray for light, to ask humbly that the eternal physician be revealed in the works of nature. Also in India, of course, the human body becomes closely associated with the great mysteries of yoga, Vedanta, and Tantra. The human body becomes an alchemical mystery, like that of the medieval scientists. Man develops within himself the secret science of his own salvation. He becomes capable of regulating his own body. He gains control over the functions and processes of his own flesh. Little by little, he attains a benevolent mastery of the very body which has been so uncertain and difficult to control. The yoga systems prove conclusively that we can control pain, that we can stimulate and regulate the functions of organs and structures, that we are capable of maintaining this body by an act of will. And among the ancient beliefs there was one to this effect, that as man achieves his highest evolutionary procedure, he will become capable of the voluntary control, structure, and repair of his own body. That in himself he is the physician, and that in evolution this power to heal himself will come out of him just as the power to instruct himself arises in his own nature. In the Shingon-shu, the tantric sect of Japanese Buddhists, Dainichi Nyori, seated in the center of a lotus of 8 scarlet petals, represents the eternal Noah in the human heart. Truth, wisdom, God, reality. These are thrown within the heart of man. And man can reach them. Man can call upon himself for all that he needs and all that is necessary. And if he calls properly, he will be answered. Actually, there is no other answer to the problem of justice. If man is forever dependent upon something outside of himself for his survival, for his happiness, for his health, for his well-being, then man must always be dependent upon vast patterns of circumstances over which he has no possible control. If man must depend upon the world for his happiness, he is also forced to accept that the world can be the cause of his misery. In the Indian and Chinese systems, this is simply not possible. No individual is required to be bound to a common pattern of error simply because he has no way of escaping from error. Man is always capable of escaping from any condition of ignorance that afflicts him. The only thing is that he cannot find the answer in books. The individual seeking to escape from the restriction and limitation of the universe can escape from creation only by retiring into himself. Actually, if he goes deeply enough into himself, he finds the door which alone leads out of this maze into the security which we seek. All liberation must come from a motion inward, a motion toward cause, a motion toward root. And Yoga and Vedanta teach that the answer is for the individual to find once again his own root and to experience his relationship to universal life. Thus evolution carries these possibilities, and man likewise possesses these potentials within his own nature. Sometime he must evolve structures, instruments capable of sustaining this new degree of insight which will come to him. The Hindus believe that there will be two more kinds of human beings. These two more kinds will represent, in a sense, two more races beyond any that we know. The first two races of the earth, the race of the sun and moon, have vanished away. The others that we see around us belong to a pattern dear enough to our own kind, so that we recognize fraternity. What lies into the future? What kind of race can come out of this one that will be different from it without taking on something of the improbability of science fiction? The ancients were of the assumption that the next race would be obvious because the flesh of it, the substance of it, would be growing more and more attenuated. The body would be less dense and more sensitive. The nervous system would be infinitely more acute. Also, there would be a new pattern set up between the cerebrospinal and the autonomic nervous system. In some way, not too obvious, man would have two spinal cords, representing an equilibrium of the complete nervous system. It was also very possible that in the course of this procedure, his respiratory system would be markedly changed, that gradually the distribution of energy through the air would give way to a distribution of energy through magnetic poles. That perhaps in a way man is anticipating these changes by the conditions that are arising in his society. Air and water pollution have increased. There seems to be no answer. This condition will go on and will enlarge and increase with populations, with the continual growth of man's activities and his knowledge. Consequently, man must accustom or adjust himself to these changes, just as bacterial organisms can learn to survive the most powerful medications that we can turn against them. So man becomes less and less dependent upon the physical situations around him. Perhaps this also is the answer to the problem of population explosion. If the individual is no longer dependent for his nutrition or for a livelihood upon a balance of population, then the number of persons who exist within reason may not be nearly so important. As the individual develops, there must also be a corresponding enlargement of his psychomental receptivity. All evolution, leading to refinements, leading to attenuations and sensitivities, must be motions toward a greater insight into reality. This might have another very important effect upon, for instance, overpopulation in terms of employment. The future condition of man has to be built upon a greater insight than he has now. The systems that he now knows are failing. They represent a condition of living which has ceased to dominate in human affairs. Therefore, new relationships must arise among peoples, new codes of life, new concepts of success. And if, for example, for some reason, man should outgrow his peculiar fatal attachment to wealth, if he no longer would consider possession as status, it would not be long, perhaps, before his entire human society could be greatly altered. And if man outgrows this attitude of possession because his own consciousness is no longer adjusted to it, these changes will be painless. They will simply be the individual passing from an adolescent psychology to a more mature one by the inevitable natural processes of growth. Also, it is assumed that as this refinement continues, there will be a larger and more active extrasensory band. That the individual will gradually standardize what might be termed extrasensory perception. What we like to think of now as thought transference or clairvoyance may be a standard faculty, not much more remarkable to the man of that day than sight is to us today. If such is the case, you can immediately realize the tremendous effect this will have upon the social and environmental life of man. If man really possesses a well-developed extrasensory perception, he will no longer be able to keep a secret. Nothing can happen without his knowing the facts of the matter. All promotion, all publicity, all propaganda will lose influence. The individual cannot and will not be deceived. He cannot be exploited. He cannot in any way be prevented from knowing the truth about how other people feel about him, nor can he prevent other people from knowing how he feels about them. It might be a very astonishing thing if such frankness was thrust upon us. And yet, we can see how the extension of a single sensory perception could completely overwhelm the whole pattern of modern society, forcing it into an entirely different direction. If these all add together to produce what might be termed the sixth root race man, then we perceive an individual who, in terms of our present capacities, is extraordinarily learned. Perhaps the best way that we can parallel this is in the Buddhist concept of the Arhat, or in the Hindu concept of the Mahatma. This exceptional type of person, the illumined sage, the miracle worker, the wonder worker who achieves the incredible simply by obeying natural law, by permitting things to fulfill their own patterns without human interference. If such a race comes into existence, this in itself must be the solution to the problem of our dilemma. In other words, our answer lies in that man will outgrow himself, that his growth will go on. And this growth will probably be most rapid for those who already have begun the cultivation of these characteristics which belong to this type of growth. However we want to look at it, those grow most rapidly who deserve to grow, who create within themselves the causes of their own improvement. We must naturally assume, therefore, that the same type of thing, which has always happened, is most likely to happen again. As surely as in the ancient legends, human beings entered into and quickened the bodies of beasts to produce men, so another wave or level of consciousness in nature must take upon itself the vestments of the most advanced human types to produce the next general demarcation. Having established this demarcation, the Buddhists say these progenitors, these pioneers, gradually retire, permitting then the normal evolving groups for which they have prepared archetypal vehicles to take over and manage the new kingdom. In this sense, then, the sixth race would represent beings, perhaps almost the perfect scientists. Scientists because error would be almost impossible to them. Science because they would have the common power to know, not to think, to hope, to speculate, to calculate. It would no longer be necessary for them to make an imaginary diagram of an atom because they could not see the real thing. It would not be necessary to go through the laborious process of Einsteinian calculations to discover the bases of the structure of matter and energy. These things would be known by the direct act of consciousness. And is it more remarkable that this could happen than that by an indirect act of consciousness, a scientist, mathematician, could create a formula which, when transformed into process, proves itself to be true on a very abstract level? What the modern electronic engineer is working with today is very close to a new dimension of human insight. But this new dimension has to have one other thing which is as yet deficient, and that is humanity. The gentle dedication of consciousness to the service of good. For without this transformation of vibratory core of man, the next step will not happen. Man can never be given a great step forward until and unless he is capable of using it wisely. So we must have to wait until man grows not only smarter, but better. For betterness is the key to insight. It is by improvement that man conquers himself. By skill he conquers other things, but remaining unconquered himself arrives at his own destruction. The next point then would be to consider the seventh, that which lies beyond the sixth great racial demarcation. In this we have, as always in the Hindu septenaries upon which our present thinking is based, we always have the seventh as a kind of suspension. In the Scriptures it is said that on the seventh day the Lord rested. If we slur the word Lord and make it law, on the seventh day the law rests. The law is suspended. The seventh day is consummation, culmination. The seventh step of Buddhism is nirvana, which is the complete suspension of everything. The seventh day of creation is absolute rest. This absolute rest, therefore, means in man the end of that which is not rest, namely restlessness. The seventh represents the final, complete coordination of all the elements and instruments of the human fabric. It is the actual culmination of unification. It is yoga, absolute union. It means that in this state there can be no longer any dissimilarity, inharmony, or conflict in the structure of man. There can be nothing working contrary to the rest. There can be no polarized opinion. There can no longer be any Aristotelian dichotomies. The individual, his consciousness and everything, transcends polarization or duality of any kind. It is then that being and not being cease, and reality alone remains. The nearest we can gain to the seventh state is that of the conception that the Tendai Buddhists have of the nature of the Buddha Virukana. Virukana is in a sense the seventh race consciousness. It is actually the complete suspension of every faculty, force, or power that in any way reflects limitation. It is the utterly unlimited. And the only thing that can be unlimited is that which no longer limits itself, and therefore moves into total identity with reality. I think perhaps the old Hindus came as near to the concept as anything that we can imagine, namely the gradual retirement of man from objectivity. He will still have a body, but his body will be strangely attenuated, like that of the genie of the Chinese Taoist tradition. The body will be incidental to the person. He may use it if he wishes. If he does not wish it, or does not need it, he does not have to use it. He gradually retires into a kind of luminous meditation in which the world around him is transformed also into the luminous manifestation of the divine power that creates it. When a being, luminous in all its parts, abides in a place which this being experiences inwardly as also all luminous, all light, all mystery, all glory, then we have probably the ground upon which the concept of paradise was devised, or the Edenic garden. So the sage, the tenon, the mysterious magician master of the Taoist fables, is in a sense this final man that has lost all of its elementary powers or functions because it no longer needs them, and retires more and more into the mysterious, luminous atmosphere from which it came. Perhaps ultimately, at the end of the race, the end of humanity, man dying out like sparks in space. Not because man dies, but from this perspective man dies. The sparks return to the flame, and that which we have experienced or known as humanity ceases, and the lower kingdoms growing up upon the earth take over the empty throne, creating new types of life, new orders of existence. But just as surely as the ancients believed that man came here out of an abode of light, came here, however, like a prodigal son, descending into embodiment for experience, descending as a sleeping soul into birth, so truly in the end, fully awake, fully understanding the mystery of the life cycle through which it has passed, and the reason for that cycle. The transcendent being returns again to the luminous sphere from which it came. Evolution goes on here. Perhaps someone with only a physical perspective would hardly notice the difference. The old forms go on, but new lives are moving through them. It is exactly as though we stood and watched a city day after day. In 100 years the streets would still be filled, but not one of the people would be the same. So in the world, the stream goes on, but who knows what strange chemistry takes place behind the masks of matter, the masks by which men think they recognize each other. But these masks are only a persona, and behind the mask is a face that may change, but we never notice the change because the mask does not reveal it. So all through nature, orders of life are changing, but we do not know this because they move through the forms which have been fashioned for their housing. The ancients likewise tried to consider how far man could go. What, after all, is man as we know him? He is a body, he is a consciousness, he is a being, he is something with a spark of life in his heart. Where is he going? How can we really guess where he is going? We know he came from less, and we know that he goes to more. But how much less did he come from, and how much more does he go to? In Hinduism and Buddhism, all life ultimately reunites itself with some form of an overlife. In Hinduism, it is Atman. Atman is the eternal soul, or eternal self. Buddhism, not recognizing Atman, posits instead the complete suspension of all conditions in nirvana. But it clearly points out that nirvana is not total extinction. It is only the extinction of that which experiences separateness. So that beyond separateness is another kind of life that we do not fully appreciate right now. But the Atman, or the final overself, whether it be union in consciousness with the Buddha, whether it means the ultimate attainment of Buddhahood itself, which the Buddhist tradition affirms, or the Hindu Atman, or reunion with God, or oneness with the infinite. The concept is that what we call evolution has an over pattern, a pattern larger than anything that we can appreciate. That these separate sparks which make all forms of life, from the tiny gnat floating in the sunbeam, from the electron and the atom, from all the kingdoms of nature, and even into the mysterious divine hierarchs described in the visions of saints, all of these sparks of life were cast from a single fire, one tremendous consciousness called Atman. This consciousness, in the form of Vishnu, floating upon the coils of the coiled serpent of eternity on the ocean of space, represents, strangely, the total nature of life. At some time in the Hindu mythology, this total life, this Brahma, this eternal Vishnu, this Lord Shiva, entered into the illusion of creation, becoming the great mendicant, adorning itself with ashes, wearing clay and sackcloth, the symbol of embodiment. And this one spiritual flame broke up into an infinite diversity of sparks. And each of these sparks became a living thing of some nature. And these sparks are infinite, as life is infinite. And these sparks are seed-like and germinal. And in this form, the great deity died. It was buried within creation itself, went to sleep in its own dream. In some of the Eastern fables it is said that this being entered into meditation, and in its meditation imagined itself to be embodied, and went through the processes of embodiment as an inner function of its own consciousness. And this inner function we know as creation. In any event, this supreme power became infinitely diversified, through infinite time and infinite space. And then, in the processes of evolution, these forms which were built around the primordial sparks grew more and more adequate. The purpose of the growth of form was not that form should improve. The form grew only that the life within the form might have a nobler mansion. The whole problem of the unfoldment of form is merely that it is only in this way that life itself can become released from form. Evolution is an escaping of life from the inadequacy of form by creating better forms, until finally freedom is achieved in the perfect form. When this freedom is achieved, the sparks do not simply go out into space and become dissipated. They do not fade away because they were never mortal. These sparks reunite, gradually assembling themselves into this mysterious abstract form which was their original. They move like a cloud of fireflies, back again to reassemble into the nature, consciousness of being and being of Atman. And when the last of these little sparks has been freed from matter, Atman awakes from its sleep. At that moment, Atman is free. The God which created the world by entering into it and sustaining it with his own existence has been liberated. The evolution of man is the resurrection of God. And this is a daring thought, particularly coming from thousands of years ago. But it has influenced the philosophies and theologies of all peoples. It seems to give at least one somewhat adequate concept of what things might be like and why they are as they are. Actually, man is forever trying to justify the universe to which he belongs. Some say this is superstition, that the only thing the individual wants to do is to have something to lean on, that unless he evolves a theology or a psychology or a philosophy that has vast dimensions and proportions, he is afraid. He is afraid of being alone in the darkness of his own ignorance. This is, I think, a rather sophisticated point of view. A lot of it has gained momentum in the disillusionments following 2 world wars. But the fact still actually remains that disillusionment solves nothing. It brings no real answer. Disillusionment does not tell us why we're here. Usually disillusionment ends by taking away from us even the concept of the machinery that is necessary in order for us to be here at all. We cannot afford to take too much away, because if we do, there is no one left to be disillusioned. We know, therefore, that there is a process operating, that the misfortunes, infirmities, and inconsistencies of life are actually the greatest proofs of natural law that there are. Rather than discounting natural law, they demonstrate it. And that there has to be some reason. We can have any reason you want, but it would be hard to imagine a more transcendent reason, a more splendid vision, than to realize that existence is an embodiment of universal life. That existence is alive because an infinite life inhabits it. That just as man's mind and consciousness have molded his body into its present proportions and dimensions, so infinite life has molded in space the infinite structure of the cosmos as being the least form capable of manifesting the cosmic purpose. This cosmic purpose, however, is not merely to remain glistening forever in the firmament. This cosmic purpose is not that suns shall go on circling forever around still greater cosmic centers. There has to be more than this infinite continuance of machinery. The time cycles are so vast that man cannot understand them, any more than a tiny gnat in a sunbeam can ever understand the time cycles of man. Yet these cycles exist, and existence is always an infinite pattern of life becoming embodied, passing through the processes of embodiment, and finally passing out of embodiment, and carrying with it, in this great procession, a parade, a processional of stars, of lives, of infinite sparks belonging to itself. And each of these sparks, an individualization of itself. Now, when these sparks return to form itself again, and the Atman awakens from his mystic trance, what then? Is this the end of things? Is this the termination? The Hindus and the ancients did not believe in terminations. They believed in an infinite life, an infinite growth. They did not hold that it was possible for man to conceive of termination. All he could conceive of was things returning to their own natures and apparently ceasing in these natures. But then the composite nature into which they were returned, blossoming out again after the 7 nights of the pralaya, or infinite sleep. So life goes on, evolving, unfolding. But every experience that occurs in life has meaning. By our experience, we add to the waking of the sleeping Brahman. By the Brahman's experience in coming back to waking from its own sleeping, it adds wisdom to something beyond itself. Life goes on. Life is the infinite manifestation of growth. Now, men thought this way long before they were disillusioned. Perhaps they were right. Perhaps disillusionment is something that has simply numbed their senses to a splendid vision that we all need. At least I think by the greatness of our vision, we gain a certain inspiration for the immediate regulation of conduct.